Chapter 143. I've collected another 3 senior student tokens. Lin Feng took the 3 senior student tokens. This was already the 4th senior student token. He put all the belongings of Guo Zifei and the other 2 into his storage ring and threw their corpses into the lake. The demonic python that smelled blood would definitely rush out and devour them. Even if the academy investigated, they would only think that the 3 of them were careless and were attacked by the demonic python. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly left. One day later, Lin Feng stood under a waterfall and tempered his body. This waterfall had an extremely strong impact. Ordinary people would not be able to stand under the waterfall at all. Lin Feng was swept away by the water from the waterfall again and again. However, he stood up again and again and returned to the waterfall. At the beginning, Lin Feng could only reduce his strength for half an hour. Later on, he was able to last for 3 hours. After tempering under the waterfall, Lin Feng felt that he was more familiar with his control over his body. His muscles were more familiar. With a slight movement, he seemed to be able to erupt with strength that was far greater than before. Of course, tempering one's body was not something that could be completed overnight. It required perseverance. Lin Feng was about to leave when more than 10 spirit monkeys climbed up the rock wall along the vines. With a whoosh, they jumped into the waterfall and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Why did the spirit monkeys disappear? Could it be that there's another world behind the waterfall? Lin Feng was astonished. He climbed up the vines and arrived at the place where the spirit monkeys disappeared. After observing for a while, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a cave behind the waterfall. Lin Feng directly jumped onto the platform outside the cave and entered it. Just as Lin Feng entered the cave, a young cultivator quickly flew towards the mountain range where Lin Feng was. This young cultivator was actually Zhang Jihuang, who had a conflict with Lin Feng previously. The Zhang family that Zhang Jihuang belonged to was a first-class family in the Zhanwu country. They had a huge influence and numerous experts. This time, Zhang Jihuang was one of the most promising candidates to join the genius camp. I have to get to that cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll arouse the suspicions of the others. Zhang Jihuang raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but speed up. Zhang Jihuang had formed a team, but his team was resting. Zhang Jihuang took advantage of the time when the team was resting to look for something. That place was originally a sealed space. 3 months ago, Zhang Jihuang's older brother Zhang Jiqian discovered that sealed space, but he didn't open it. Zhang Jiqian estimated that the sealed space would open in another 3 to 4 months. Coincidentally, Zhang Jihuang was about to take part in the new disciple assessment. A month ago, when Zhang Jiqian left the Azure Dragon Institute to train, he wrote a letter to Zhang Jihuang asking him to explore that sealed space during the new disciple assessment. This cave was the mysterious cave that Lin Feng had entered. The waterfall is just ahead. Behind the waterfall is that sealed space. The seals should have disappeared by now. I wonder if there are any treasures inside. Zhang Jihuang's face revealed an excited expression. His speed also increased a bit, and he quickly rushed towards the waterfall. Inside the cave, this cave's environment was quite elegant. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and vines grew all over. The air was fresh and cool. More than a dozen spirit monkeys were playing in the cave. When they saw Lin Feng enter, they started squeaking, baring their teeth at Lin Feng, as if trying to scare him away. Shua! Lin Feng pulled out the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword exuded an oppressive cold air. The dozen or so spirit monkeys were frightened and quickly ran out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although these spirit monkeys had some intelligence, they didn't have much strength. They could only scare people. Lin Feng put away the black dragon sword. He carefully observed the cave. The cave's environment was elegant. In the depths of the cave, there were some stone tables and chairs. It seemed that someone had lived here before. On a stone bed, Lin Feng saw a corpse sitting cross-legged. It was a corpse wearing a long golden robe. Perhaps it had been dead for too long. Only a skeleton was left of the corpse. What surprised Lin Feng was that the bones of the dead person were actually golden. How strange! Golden bones. Why would a person's bones turn golden after they died? Could it be that they weren't humans? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Soon, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by the crystal ball in the hands of the dead person. Senior, this junior didn't mean to offend you. If there's any disrespect, please forgive me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, apologetically. Then he took the crystal ball in his hands. Screech! At this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the crystal ball. Then a golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a divine bird imprisoned in the crystal ball. It was a golden divine bird with sword-like feathers. The divine bird flapped its wings gently, as if it could cross endless rivers and seas. An ancient, boundless aura was emitted from the crystal ball. At the same time, one of the 9 clones that Lin Feng had refined, the golden-winged Rock King's clone, actually emitted a violent fluctuation. It was like an extreme desire. The golden-winged Rock King's clone has mutated. Lin Feng was shocked. His gaze immediately turned to the crystal ball in his hands. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the golden-winged Rock King's indestructible primordial spirit?" After the 9 saint emperors of the primordial demons fell, their primordial spirits were not destroyed and left behind the 9 emperor clones technique. Those who came after could cultivate this secret technique and condense the 9 emperor primordial spirits to create the 9 emperor clones. Lin Feng had already condensed the 9 emperor clones a long time ago, but he had never found the 9 emperor primordial spirits to activate them. Now, he had finally found the golden-winged Rock King's indestructible primordial spirit. This meant that Lin Feng could activate the golden-winged Rock King's clone and use its abilities. This made Lin Feng wild with joy. His divine will entered the crystal ball. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that the world in front of him was spinning. In the next instant, he seemed to have arrived in another world. This was an ancient world. This world was filled with an ancient and weathered aura. In the distance, a black cloud covered the sky and the sun as it rapidly flew over. That's... Lin Feng suddenly cried out in shock. Actually, it wasn't a black cloud. It was a bird. That bird was too big. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. The rock's wings spread 3,000ly. The deep voice resounded in his mind. That bird was actually the legendary golden-winged Great Rock. According to the legends, the golden-winged rock could spread its wings for 3,000 miles. With a flap of its wings, it could fly for 58,000 miles. Lin Feng looked at the golden-winged rock in shock. He suddenly felt as if he had transformed into the golden-winged rock and was soaring in the sky. It really is the golden-winged Rock King's primordial spirit. Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the crystal ball, his face full of joy. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure dashed into the cave. Zhang Jihuang also entered the cave. Zhang Jihuang was surprised to see Lin Feng. Then he saw the crystal ball in Lin Feng's hand. Zhang Jihuang's face showed deep greed. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. Do you remember that I said that if you met me during the test, I would crush you like a bug?" Chapter 144. Zhang Jihuang. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect to meet Zhang Jihuang here. Moreover, this guy was as arrogant as ever. Lin Feng did not know where this guy got his arrogance from. Was it because he came from a big family? Or was it because he had absolute confidence in his own strength? Regardless of the reason, Lin Feng only sneered and looked at this person with disdain. "What? Even your eyes are shining. Do you want this crystal ball? Let me tell you, this crystal ball has the immemorial sage Emperor Golden-Winged Rock's indestructible original spirit sealed inside. Its value is unimaginable. Do you want it?" Lin Feng waved the crystal ball in his hand provocatively. After hearing the words, Immemorial Sage, Emperor, Golden Winged Rocks, Indestructible Original Spirit, Zhang Jihuang's eyes shone brightly. His greedy eyes looked at the crystal ball in Lin Feng's hand. Screech! The Golden Winged Rock, which was formed from the undying original soul of the Golden Winged Rock sealed within the crystal ball, let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. An ancient and boundless aura filled the cave. Zhang Jihuang's eyes could no longer move away from the crystal ball. He grinned maliciously and said, "This trip was really worth it. You're going to die, and the crystal ball will be taken away by me. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng sneered and put the crystal ball into his storage ring. "I didn't expect that a lowly cultivator from a low-level family like you would have such a treasure like a storage ring. I'm a little surprised." Zhang Jihuang stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His face had a sinister expression. Clearly, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. Swoosh! Zhang Jihuang moved. He was very fast, like a shadow rushing towards Lin Feng. He punched towards Lin Feng's chest. So fast. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but his reaction was not slow at all. He quickly punched towards Zhang Jihuang. Bang! The two of them fiercely collided. Lin Feng only felt a terrifying force sweep through his body, shaking him back. Seventh Heavenly Layer, Martial Master. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Jihuang in shock. He did not expect this person to be a cultivator of this level. A moment before, even though Zhang Jihuang hadn't used his full strength, Lin Feng could still feel how monstrous his strength was. A seventh Heavenly Layer, Martial Master, had a strength of more than 32 million jin. At that moment, Lin Feng's physical strength was 10,240,000 jin. When he used his 3 absorbing spirits, his physical strength could reach 30,720,000 jin. There was still a slight difference between this power and Zhang Jihuang's, but the difference wasn't huge. In the collision just now, Lin Feng did not use his 3 devouring martial spirits and only displayed 10,740,000 jin of strength. Therefore, it was normal for him to suffer a little in the collision with Zhang Jihuang. Of course, Zhang Jihuang did not use his full strength. This person was very proud. From the beginning to the end, he did not treat Lin Feng as an existence on the same level as himself. Therefore, when he attacked Lin Feng, he only used a portion of his strength. "Is that all you've got? I really overestimated you. It seems that what I said before was wrong. Pinching you to death is not like crushing a bug, but like crushing an ant." Zhang Jihuang sneered as he looked at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In Zhang Jihuang's eyes, Lin Feng was many levels lower than him. "It's a little too early to boast." Lin Feng sneered. He used his 3 devouring martial spirits and completely activated his strongest strength. When the 3 devouring spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength instantly rose to the level of 30,720,000 jin, which had already reached the strength of a cultivator of the 7th Heavenly Layer. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Zhang Jihuang. "You still dare to take the initiative to attack. You're simply courting death. 3 moves, within 3 moves, I will take your life." Zhang Jihuang sneered. He took a step forward and punched towards Lin Feng. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was simply too easy. He did not even use any martial arts techniques. Qiongqi's precious technique, starting move. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he attacked. The Qiongqi's precious technique was the Beast Emperor's precious technique that Lin Feng had obtained. This was the first time that Lin Feng had used it against an enemy. The starting move was only the basic attack of the Qiongqi's precious technique. The Qiongqi's precious technique was truly terrifying. After the starting move, it was the true attack technique. Of course, even if it was only the starting move of the Qiongqi's precious technique, it was still terrifying. Behind Lin Feng, the figure of a ferocious, beast vaguely appeared. Its body was huge, its face was green, and its fangs were ferocious and terrifying. Bang! Lin Feng and Zhang Jihuang collided. Lin Feng did not move in the slightest from this attack. Zhang Jihuang, on the other hand, was forced to retreat. His face was pale as he cried out in disbelief, "This is impossible!" For Zhang Jihuang, this was indeed difficult for him to accept. After all, Zhang Jihuang had never put Lin Feng in his eyes before, but now he was being forced to retreat by a person he looked down on. How could the arrogant Zhang Jihuang accept this? After Lin Feng's attack, he did not stop and quickly chased after Zhang Jihuang. He understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. Right now, it was the best time to follow up with a victorious pursuit and kill Zhang Jihuang. And at this moment, after using the Qiong Qi's precious techniques, starting move, the true Qiong Qi's precious technique had already been brewed. Roar! The beast's roar shook the heavens and the earth. An incomparably huge divine beast Qiong Qi condensed. That Qiong Qi was nearly 100 meters tall, and its huge body emitted a stifling aura. The beast Emperor Qiong Qi roared, and its roar shook the 9 heavens as it charged towards Zhang Jihuang. Ah, what kind of secret technique is this? Zhang Jihuang also felt the terror of Lin Feng's Beast Emperor Precious technique, and his face immediately revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Lin Feng was also shocked. This Beast Emperor Precious technique was truly terrifying. It had actually condensed such a terrifying beast, as if the ancient divine beast Qiong Qi had been revived. Zhang Jihuang wanted to dodge this attack, but he discovered that no matter how he dodged, he could not dodge the beast Emperor Qiong Qi's attack. He could only face it head-on. Zhang Jihuang clenched his teeth. At this moment of life and death, he also went all out and used an Earth-class martial art, Heavenly Dragon Seal. Roar! A heavenly dragon condensed, and that heavenly dragon was also 100 meters tall. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its roar shook the heavens. This Zhang Jihuang was indeed worthy of being born in the top family of the real martial country. He actually cultivated an Earth-class martial art. The Heavenly Dragon Seal's power seemed to be much stronger than Lin Feng's collapsing fist, and it was obviously a higher-level Earth-class martial art. However, compared to Lin Feng's Qiong Qi's precious technique, it was too far away. The Qiong Qi raised its claws and slapped the Heavenly Dragon, and the Heavenly Dragon instantly disappeared. Then the Beast Emperor Qiong Qi's huge claws fiercely slapped Zhang Jihuang's body. A loud bang was heard. Zhang Jihuang was directly sent flying by the Beast Emperor Qiong Qi's claw. His body exploded in midair, splitting into pieces. He died on the spot. Chapter 145. In the mysterious cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, holding a crystal ball. He wanted the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. Then he would activate the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's power. Unity of mind, protect soul, golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor, reappear in the world. Lin Feng started contacting the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. Lin Feng could faintly sense a strong calling. It was the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit was like rain after a long drought. It wanted to drink to its heart's content. Shua! Lin Feng communicated with the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. Behind Lin Feng, an illusory, golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone appeared. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone emitted a resonant cry. Then it flew into the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, golden light soared to the sky. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit started fusing with the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. Boom! An ancient qi spread in the air. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible, primordial spirit flew out of the crystal ball. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone turned into numerous talisman scripts and poured into Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world spin. It was as if he was in a boundless, mysterious world. He had turned into a golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor. With a flap of his wings, he could fly 50,000 miles away. What's that? Lin Feng was stupefied. His thoughts moved. Shwa, shwa. A pair of 3-meter-long golden wings appeared behind Lin Feng's back. The golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's wings. As expected, the golden-winged, great Peng Holy Emperor's clone was activated. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. In the next moment, Lin Feng flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of golden lightning, flying freely in the air. "Haha, I can fly now!" shouted Lin Feng's great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. If a cultivator wanted to fly, they had to cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm. However, even a Yin-Yang realm cultivator would be far slower than Lin Feng, who had the golden-winged rock wings. According to the records of the 9 Emperors chart, the power of the golden-winged rock avatar was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was called Golden Wings. They could condense golden energy wings and use them to soar in the 9 heavens. This realm was the ability that Lin Feng currently possessed. The second stage was called Void Travel. This stage was even more terrifying. It was said that once one successfully cultivated it, they would possess unfathomable divine might. With a flap of his wings, he could travel through the void freely. In a single breath, he could travel a distance of 58,000 li. The third stage was called Wings of the World. This realm would allow one to condense a pair of even more terrifying wings. With a flap of the wings, one would be able to travel back and forth between different worlds. Every different world was more than billions of miles away from each other. With a flap of his wings, he could actually travel between different worlds. This ability was simply abnormal. Of course, if he wanted to reach the second and third stages, Lin Feng still had to find more of the golden-winged rock sage emperor's indestructible primordial spirit and devour it before he could break through again. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew above the mountain forest, like a golden bolt of lightning. He finally landed on the peak of a 3,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng's face lit up. What a powerful pair of golden wings! With these golden wings, I can also fly like those Yin-Yang realm experts. Lin Feng retracted the golden wings on his back. The golden wings were a very heaven-defying technique, but Lin Feng did not plan on revealing it. Such a shocking technique could be used as a trump card. Lin Feng rushed down. He immediately felt his body become as light as a swallow. Lin Feng's ears perked up. He could even hear 2 ants fighting a few hundred meters away. He looked into the distance and saw a small bug flapping its wings as it flew past him from 500 meters away. With a single leap, he was able to cover a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Perception, speed, hearing. All his abilities had increased by leaps and bounds after cultivating the golden wings. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Haha, the golden wings are really heaven-defying. Lin Feng's face lit up. Lin Feng rushed into the depths of the mountain forest. When he passed by a valley, he heard the sound of a battle not far away. Oh, someone's fighting? Lin Feng frowned and quickly rushed towards the battle. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the forest where the battle was taking place. There were 2 people in the forest, 2 males and 1 female. At that moment, the 2 male students were attacking the female student. What surprised Lin Feng was that the female student was actually Dongfang Xinyao. Dongfang Xinyao was the genius girl who had participated in the exam with Lin Feng. She was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Tianfeng Academy. Dongfang Xinyao's temperament was cold. She had chosen to participate in the exam alone. It was not out of Lin Feng's expectations. At that moment, the The two people attacking Dongfang Xinyao were a pair of twin brothers. They were exceptionally strong. When they joined forces, they were simply watertight. Dongfang Xinyao was also at a disadvantage. She was very passive. It was only a matter of time before she was defeated. This Dongfang Xinyao should be at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master layer? Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Xinyao in shock. This realm really surprised Lin Feng. Among the 3,000 new students, Dongfang Xinyao was definitely one of the top students. Dongfang Xinyao was much more terrifying than he had imagined. However, she had encountered 2 strong seniors today, so it wasn't surprising that she was at a disadvantage. There's actually someone as strong as you among the new students. We brothers have long broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master layer. Even after attacking together for so long, we still haven't defeated you. We're really surprised, one of the brothers said in a gloomy voice. Then retreat. Why must both sides suffer? Dongfang Xinyao's cold voice sounded. You think us seniors are participating in the new student exam just for the new student order? Wrong, very wrong. The Azure Dragon Institute doesn't mind us snatching your treasures. If you give us the storage ring on your finger, we'll leave immediately. The other person's greedy gaze fell on the storage ring on Dongfang Xinyao's finger. In his opinion, a genius like Dongfang Xinyao must have a lot of treasures in her hands. This was a great opportunity to make a fortune. Don't even think about it. Dongfang Xinyao coldly harumphed. Then don't blame us for being impolite. The 2 seniors sneered, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Dongfang Xinyao together. Under these 2 people's fierce attacks, Dongfang Xinyao gradually lost her footing. Swoosh! Right at this time, a figure dashed out from the forest. Another new student. When the 2 seniors saw Lin Feng, their brows raised. It seemed like they didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, instead focusing on dealing with Dongfang Xinyao. One of the seniors coldly said, Brat, you're very lucky because we don't have the time to deal with you. Take advantage of the time and scram. Chapter 146. The 2 of them looked high and mighty. They didn't even put Lin Feng in their eyes. In reality, the older students who were participating in the exam were quite strong and didn't put the new students in their eyes. Even though Dongfang Xinyao was so strong, in the eyes of the 2 older students, she was just a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. She would definitely lose. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, You're both older students, right? Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, get lost now, and I'll spare you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 2 older students almost exploded in anger. A new student dared to tell them to get lost? Was this kid tired of living? Reckless kid. I'll deal with this girl, you go deal with him. One of the older students said, That's good too. We'll definitely deal with him within 3 moves. The other older student said. After saying that, the second older student flew towards Lin Feng. Kid, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I wanted to let you go, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness? The second older student quickly flew over with a sneer on his face. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, be careful of this person. He's at the 6th celestial layer of the martial master layer. Even though Dongfang Xinyao had a cold temperament, she still had a good impression of Lin Feng. First of all, they were in the same batch of students who had participated in the exam. They could be considered friends. Second of all, Lin Feng had appeared at that moment to help him. Therefore, Dongfang Xinyao had a good impression of Lin Feng. This was also the first time that Dongfang Xinyao had a good impression of a man. If Lin Feng knew about this, wouldn't he feel lucky? Don't worry. Lin Feng said indifferently, Kid, you're courting death. The older student who attacked Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was acting so casually and became even more furious. Wasn't this kid looking down on him? His shockingly powerful palm smashed towards Lin Feng. This person was at the 6th firmament of the martial master realm. When he struck out with his palm, his strength reached 16 million jin. In terms of pure strength, This person's strength surpassed Lin Feng's strength. However, Lin Feng circulated his 3 devouring martial spirits, and his strength could reach 30,720,000 jin, which was more than enough to crush the senior. However, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. He could even kill a powerhouse at Zhang Jihuang's level. Moreover, this senior student's strength was 1 level lower than Zhang Jihuang's. Facing the senior student's powerful palm, Lin Feng showed no fear. He executed a crushing fist and attacked his opponent. As soon as the crushing fist was unleashed, a thunderous sound resounded in the air. Feeling the power of Lin Feng's fist, the senior student's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had underestimated the new student in front of him. This senior student was worthy of being at the 6th firmament of the martial master realm. His reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's attack arrived, he promptly changed his move and executed a swimming dragon fist towards Lin Feng. This swimming dragon fist was a middle profound level fist skill. Its power was also quite strong. However, compared to Lin Feng's earth level martial arts, it was like a firefly competing with the moon. The difference was too great. Bang! The 2 sides fiercely collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the senior student was forced back a dozen steps by Lin Feng's fist. How is this possible? The senior student exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then quickly moved towards that senior. Punch after punch, he completely suppressed the senior student. On the other side, Dongfang Xinyao saw that Lin Feng had unexpectedly suppressed the senior student as soon as he made his move. She revealed a trace of astonishment, but quickly returned to normal. She also used all her strength to attack the other senior student. Dongfang Xinyao also had strength that far exceeded her level. When she faced a senior student alone, she could easily suppress him. Damn it! How did we meet 2 abnormal people? The 2 seniors' faces were very ugly. In previous years, there might not have been 2 abnormal new students like Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao. But this year, the 2 of them had unexpectedly met 2 terrifying opponents. The 2 seniors were already thinking of retreating, but Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao didn't intend to let them go. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and punched the senior student who was fighting against him. That senior student's pure qi was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. He was unable to condense his pure qi and was unable to continue fighting. Dongfang Xinyao also seized the opportunity to get rid of her opponent. The faces of the 2 seniors who had been defeated were extremely ugly. Lin Feng walked up and directly took the senior student's badge. These seniors didn't have any treasures on them because before the exam, they had basically left all their valuable treasures in the school. You can leave. Dongfang Xinyao took the other senior's badge and said. The 2 seniors' faces were gloomy as they left. Lin Feng, thank you. Dongfang Xinyao said. Even though she was thanking him, she still had an ice-cold look on her face. Lin Feng said, We can be considered as old friends. No need to be so polite. After a pause, Lin Feng said, We're going to enter the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge. The danger in the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge will increase exponentially. Are you interested in joining forces with me? Dongfang Xinyao pursed her lips as if she was thinking, but in the end she nodded. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao formed a small team. The 2 of them entered the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge and defeated many seniors in succession. They even defeated a small team of 4 seniors. This matter caused a certain amount of commotion among the seniors because that team of seniors was formed by 4 sixth celestial layer experts of the inner courtyard. Naturally, they felt that it was inconceivable that they had been defeated by 2 freshmen. Some of the stronger seniors' teams were very interested in Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao's team. They wanted to encircle and annihilate the 2 of them, but they were unable to find any traces of Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao. On the 6th day, they passed by a valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a scorching qi emitting from it. Lin Feng said in surprise. Don't you feel the waves of heat coming from the valley? Could it be that there's lava here? Dongfang Xinyao said, Let's go take a look inside the valley. Lin Feng nodded. He and Dongfang Xinyao flew towards the valley. Creak, creak, creak. When they entered the valley, they saw a huge lava lake. Beside the lava lake, there were a dozen fiery red spirit trees. Beside the fiery red spirit trees, there were many flame-like fire monkeys frolicking. Lin Feng said in surprise, Fire monkeys are spiritual beasts of the heavens and earth. They're born with spiritual intelligence. According to the classic of mountains and seas, wherever they appear, there will be a fire monkey tree. The fruit of the tree is called a fire monkey fruit. It's a strange fruit of the heavens and earth. Eating it can greatly increase one's cultivation. Chapter 147. Even with Dongfang Xinyao's cold personality, she was overjoyed when she saw the fire monkey fruit. She said, I've heard of the fire monkey fruit before, but I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Feng said, Since we've seen the fire monkey fruit here, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. As long as we can get the fire monkey fruit, our strength will greatly increase. Dongfang Xinyao said, Look, there are dozens of fire monkey fruits waiting over there. It won't be easy to get the fire monkey fruit. Indeed, with just Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao's strength, it would be very difficult to get the fire monkey fruit. They needed to think of another way. We need some help. Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xinyao pursed her lips. She didn't like to be with too many people, but if they wanted to get the fire monkey fruit, they would need help. After a pause, Lin Feng said, Wait here, I'll go outside and see if I can find some new students. I think they should be quite interested in this place. Okay, be careful. Dongfang Xinyao nodded and couldn't help but remind him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Dongfang Xinyao, this cold woman, was also concerned about others? He smiled and said, You be careful too. Immediately after, Lin Feng flew away and quickly disappeared without a trace. This was a slightly tired team consisting of a total of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize 3 people in the team. Zhang Pingfan was one of them. The other 2 were Huang Lei and Huang Ling, brother and sister. Their group originally had a total of 15 people, but not long ago, they encountered a group of senior students. After a fierce battle, the remaining people were defeated and no longer had the strength to fight, so they naturally had to withdraw from the test this time. The 5 of them escaped in a sorry state. At this moment, they finally stopped to rest. A young man in blue clenched his teeth and said, These seniors are too despicable. They actually dared to ambush us. If we hadn't been ambushed by them, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. I agree with Zhang Qian, said the other young man in purple. We've lost too much in this battle. Huang Lei said, Our experience in the forest is still lacking compared to these seniors. Otherwise, we would have discovered them a long time ago. This time, we've suffered heavy losses and we've learned our lesson. It's a pity that we only have 5 people left. It won't be easy for the 5 of us to pass through the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. Huang Linger also sighed and said, Yes, the teams inside are even stronger, but we can only take 1 step at a time. Zhang Pingfan replied, If we can replenish some of our members, then there's still hope. However, after fighting for so long, there probably aren't many new students left. Sha, sha, sha. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound in the forest. These people could be considered as geniuses of the younger generation. They all pricked up their ears and heard the sound. Be careful, warned Huang Lei. The 5 of them arched their backs as if they were facing a great enemy. They just had to wait for a senior or a ferocious beast to appear and attack immediately. Whoosh! A silhouette jumped out and appeared in front of them. It's a new student, shouted Zhang Qian immediately when he saw Lin Feng. He looked much more relaxed. Brother Lin Feng, it's you. Zhang Pingfan was extremely excited when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng. Huang Lei and Huang Linger were also pleasantly surprised. They had invited Lin Feng to join their team before, but Lin Feng had politely declined. They had been very regretful, but now that they had met again, it was fate. Pingfan, brother Huang, it's you. When Lin Feng saw Zhang Pingfan, Huang Lei, and the others, he smiled. He had been searching for a long time, but unfortunately he had only found a few groups of senior students. He hadn't found any new students. Lin Feng obviously didn't expect them to help him fight against the fire monkeys. If a group of senior students found him, the first thing they would do would be to kill him. He had been searching for new students for a long time, and now he had finally found a group of people he knew. Brother Lin, I'm so happy to see you here, said Huang Lei smiling. Said Huang Ling. Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Qian, this is Shui Yuan, and this is Lin Feng, whom I mentioned to you before. Brother Zhang, brother Shui. Brother Lin. Lin Feng, Zhang Qian, and Shui Yuan greeted each other. Said Lin Feng, I'm very happy to have met you all here. Coincidentally, I found a precious place. There are many treasures inside. Would you be interested in joining hands with me to explore it? When Huang Lei and the others heard Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. Huang Lei said, Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. We'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Said Lin Feng, I found a fire valley and there are fire monkeys guarding it. I also saw a fire monkey tree growing in the depths of the valley. What, a fire monkey tree? I've heard that the fire monkey fruit from a fire monkey tree can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Said Zhang Pingfan excitedly. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, the fire monkey fruit can increase everyone's strength, but that place is guarded by dozens of fire monkeys. If we want to get the fruit, we'll need to work together. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over, lest something unexpected happens. Said the others excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and said, Everybody follow me. He led the way. An hour later, the 6 of them arrived at the fire valley. When Dongfang, Xi, and Yao saw that it was Lin Feng, she came out of hiding. Lin Feng introduced them, but Dongfang, Xi, and Yao still looked cold. She just nodded at Huang Lei and the others as a greeting. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That woman was really cold. It really is a fire monkey tree. Those red fruits must be the fire monkey fruit, right? Zhang Qian clenched his fist excitedly. The fire monkey fruit could directly increase a cultivator's strength. To a cultivator, the fire monkey fruit was naturally a priceless treasure. Great! If we eat the fire monkey fruit, we'll become much stronger, said Huang Ling. Lin Feng said, Those fire monkeys aren't easy to deal with. Let's do this. A few of us will lead the fire monkeys away. 2 of us will go and pick the fire monkey fruit. Let's do this. The 5 of us will lead the fire monkeys away. Brother Lin and Dongfang, Xi, and Yao can take advantage of this opportunity to enter the valley and take the fire monkey fruit, said Huang Lei. Chapter 148. Okay, but these fire monkeys are very powerful. They move quickly and their damage is very high. So you must be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Don't worry, we will be careful. Huang Lei and the others nodded. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao hid behind a huge rock. Huang Lei, Zhang Pingfan, and the others rushed into the valley. Fire monkeys had a bad temper. This kind of fierce beast couldn't stand being provoked. Once provoked, the fire monkey would definitely explode in anger. This was the best way to deal with fire. Just like these fire monkeys, Lin Feng and the others were very clear about their weaknesses. After Huang Lei and the others reached the depths of the valley, they picked up stones and threw them at the fire monkeys. Bang, bang, bang. After a few stones were thrown, the fire monkeys were immediately enraged. They let out angry roars and quickly pounced on Huang Lei and the others. Let's go. Huang Lei and the others didn't stop. They turned and flew out. When they left, they were afraid that the fire monkeys would return. As they ran, they continued to throw stones at the fire monkeys and provoke them. The fire monkeys had a bad temper. After being provoked again and again, they were very angry. They roared and chased after Huang Lei and the others. A group of fire monkeys was successfully lured out of the valley by Huang Lei and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao quickly rushed out of their hiding place and went straight to the fire monkey tree in the depths of the valley. As soon as they entered, 6 or 7 fire monkeys jumped down from the fire monkey tree. They bared their teeth and pounced towards Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao. These fire monkeys were left in the nest to guard the fire monkey tree. These animals are quite smart. Seeing the 4 fire monkeys pouncing towards him, he waved his fist and attacked. These fire monkeys were extremely fast. They easily dodged Lin Feng's fist and circled behind Lin Feng. They stretched out their sharp claws towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The speed of these fire monkeys was really fast. If an ordinary person was entangled by 3 or 4 fire monkeys, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. However, now that Lin Feng had mastered the golden wings, his speed was very fast. His speed was even faster than these fire monkeys that were known for their speed. He quickly moved to the left and dodged the fire monkey's claw. Then Lin Feng punched a fire monkey, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. With a loud bang, the fire monkey's body hit the cliff and fell to the ground. It no longer had the strength to fight. When the other 3 fire monkeys saw that Lin Feng had injured one of their companions, they went crazy and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng relied on his advantage in speed to dodge the attacks of the 3 fire monkeys. Then he punched out and injured the second fire monkey. Lin Feng relied on his advantage in speed. After dealing with the second fire monkey, he continued to deal with the 3rd and 4th fire monkeys. The 4 fire monkeys all fell to the ground and couldn't move. Lin Feng didn't take their lives. He only made them lose their ability to move. On the other side, Dongfang Xinyao wasn't like Lin Feng, who easily dealt with the 4 fire monkeys. Dongfang Xinyao was fighting with the 3 fire monkeys that surrounded her and was quite anxious. The main reason was that these fire monkeys were too fast and could always dodge Dongfang Xinyao's attacks. Lin Feng rushed towards Dongfang Xinyao, wanting to help Dongfang Xinyao get rid of a few fire monkeys. At this time, Dongfang Xinyao shouted, "Don't worry about me. Go pick the fire monkey fruit now. I'm worried that the other fire monkeys will hear the cries of these fire monkeys and quickly rush back. At that time, we won't have a chance." Lin Feng nodded. He turned around and walked towards the fire monkey trees. He arrived in front of the fire monkey trees and started to pick the fire monkey fruits. After he had picked 30 fruits, the sound of the fire monkey roaring filled the air outside of the valley. It sounded like it was going to explode at any moment. Obviously, the fire monkeys had returned. Lin Feng hastily ran outside. If he was surrounded by the fire monkeys, he would be in trouble. "Let's go!" Lin Feng shouted. Dongfang Xinyao didn't dare to hesitate. After forcing the 3 fire monkeys to retreat, she quickly rushed out of the valley with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao had just run out of the valley when they saw dozens of fire monkeys roaring in the distance. The 2 of them didn't dare to stop. They quickly ran away. The fire monkeys chased after them, but in the end they couldn't catch up with Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao. The fire monkeys were extremely unwilling to give up and return to the valley. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao let out a long breath. "Let's go find Huang Lei and the others. Once we find them, we'll divide the fire monkey fruits," Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xinyao nodded and went to find Huang Lei and the others with Lin Feng. After an hour, the 2 sides met again. Huang Lei, Zhang Pingfan, and the others excitedly asked, "Brother Lin, did you succeed?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "We picked a total of 35 fire monkey fruits, 5 for each of us." Lin Feng distributed the fire monkey fruits to everyone. Those who obtained the fire monkey fruit were all wild with joy. Huang Ling said, "We can't stay here for long, let's leave quickly. We need a quiet place to refine the fire monkey fruits. Right, didn't we pass by a hidden valley? We can go there and refine the fire monkey fruits." Zhang Pingfan said. Huang Lei and the others' eyes lit up and said, "That's a good place. Brother Lin, Sister Dongfang Xinyao, please come with us." The group went to the place Zhang Pingfan had mentioned. When they arrived, Lin Feng discovered that it was indeed a good place. The valley was located halfway up a mountain, and there were dense vines growing there. Even if one passed by here, it wouldn't be easy to find the valley. Lin Feng and the others entered the valley. The interior of the valley was about 200 square meters, and it was relatively dry. Everyone found a place to cultivate. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out 5 fire monkey fruits. Without hesitation, he ate them. Then Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Under the refinement of the technique, the fire monkey fruit's medicinal energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The fire monkey fruit was a fire-attributed spirit medicine. When Lin Feng absorbed the energy of the fire monkey fruit, Lin Feng felt his body heat up. However, he could feel the changes in his strength. As the fire monkey fruit's medicinal energy increased, he discovered that his strength was also increasing. Boom! Finally, an earth-shattering strength exploded in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's strength began to increase crazily. Soon, it broke through 20 million gene and stopped at 20,480,000 gene. I broke through to the 5th heavenly layer. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He looked around and saw that the others were still cultivating. Lin Feng continued to sit cross-legged and circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique, slowly adapting to the new strength in his body. Chapter 149. 6 hours later, everyone finished their cultivation one after another. After coming out of seclusion, everyone's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lin Feng had accumulated the most energy and was the most difficult to break through. Even Lin Feng had broken through to the next level. What about the others? It seems like everyone has benefited, said Lin Feng with a smile. Yes. Dongfang Xinyao and the others nodded. Said Huang Lei, "Thank you so much, Brother Lin. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had this opportunity." Brother Huang, you don't have to be so polite. Without your help, it wouldn't have been so easy to get those fire monkey fruits, said Lin Feng while cupping his fist. Said Huang Ling, Brother Lin, Sister Dongfang, we're going to go deeper into the crouching Dragon Mountain Range. There are many strong cultivators there. How about we form a team? That way, we'll have a higher chance of passing. Lin Feng thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He looked at Dongfang Xinyao, wondering what she was thinking. Dongfang Xinyao nodded. All right, let's go together, said Zhang Pingfan with a smile. With Brother Lin and Sister Dongfang Xinyao, our team strength will increase greatly. This time, we might be able to reach the depths of the crouching Dragon Mountain Range. The group continued walking towards the depths of the crouching Dragon Mountain Range. Not long after, the sound of an intense battle could be heard in the forest ahead. There's someone there. Lin Feng pointed in front of them. The group of people carefully moved forward and hid in the forest to observe. In the forest, 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. Obviously, it was a battle between the new students and the old students. The old students had more than 10 people, and the new students had more than 20 people. It was a ratio of 1 to 2. However, even though it was a ratio of 1 to 2, the freshman side still showed signs of defeat at this very moment. There were only 9 people left who could fight. Most of them had lost their ability to fight. As for the older students, only 2 of them had lost the ability to fight. The rest of the older students were still full of vigor. On the other hand, the few new students who still had the ability to fight were all in a sorry state. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It's Yan Qian's team, Huang Linger said. The leader of the new student group was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. This person was Yan Qian, a famous expert among the new students. He had formed his own group and was also one of the most favored groups. But now, Yan Qian's group had encountered a group of older students. Obviously, they had suffered a huge blow. Shui, Yuan exclaimed. Look, that senior is called Wei Li in existence on the Mountain River list. His strength is extremely terrifying. Everyone looked over and saw a slender senior student who looked to be around 20 years old. This person was the Wei Li that Shui Yuan had mentioned on the Azure Dragon Institute's Mountain River list, which one of them wasn't famous. Each one was more monstrous than the other, more terrifying than the other. They were all top geniuses, and when the older students on the Mountain River list personally formed their own teams, they could sweep through the freshman teams, sweeping everything before them. The battle between the two sides was rather intense. Although Yan Qian's side also had experts, compared to the seniors, there was still a big gap. They were gradually unable to hold on. Mad Tiger Fist! Yan Qian roared as he sent a senior flying with a punch. The senior student slammed heavily into the stone wall, his face pale, no longer having the strength to fight. Yan Qian's tall and sturdy figure contained a terrifying, explosive power, and Wei Li, who had not made a move all this time, raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yan Qian and sneered. You're Yan Qian, right? Among the new students, you can be considered a top expert. Even I have heard of your name. Unfortunately, you met me. Today, your group will meet its end. As his words fell, Wei Li took a step forward, his palm striking out at Yan Qian. Yan Qian bellowed and also attacked Wei Li. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the two of them collided fiercely. The tyrannical force of the collision formed a terrifying shockwave that swept out. Many of the surrounding mountain rocks and trees were instantly torn to pieces. Thump! 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 Yan Qian staggered back for steps before he could stop. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in the first collision. Your strength is indeed strong, but against me, you're still a little lacking. Wei Li sneered and took a step forward, attacking Yan Qian again. Whether it was Yan Qian or Yan Qian's group, they were all in trouble. They were about to be defeated. Let's leave quickly. If Wei Li and the others find us, we'll be in trouble, Zhang Qian whispered. Lin Feng said, Isn't this a good opportunity to defeat a seniors group? Are you crazy? Zhang Qian stared at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. If you want to fight, follow me. If you don't want to leave. Lin Feng took a step forward. Then Dongfeng Xinyao followed Lin Feng without hesitation. Zhang Pingfan and Huang, Shi's brother and sister, also followed them. Zhang Qian and Shui Yuan glanced at each other and hesitated for a long time. In the end, they clenched their teeth and followed. At this moment, the battle in the valley had reached its climax. The people in Yan Qian's team could not hold on any longer, including Yan Qian himself. He was attacked by Wei Li's storm-like attacks. After more than 300 rounds, Yan Qian felt that the strength in his body was not enough, which made his expression change slightly. It's time to end this. Wei Li sneered and sent another palm strike towards Yan Qian. Not good. Yan Qian wanted to use his pure qi to block Wei Li's attack, but he realized that he couldn't use his pure qi. It was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Right at this critical moment, a figure flashed out from the forest and fiercely collided with Wei Li. Bang! 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 Both sides erupted with incomparably powerful strength, and the ground beneath their feet cracked with crisscrossing fissures. Who's there? Wei Li's expression suddenly darkened. He could feel that the person who had attacked him wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Wei Li couldn't believe it. Yan Qian was already at the top of the new students. Could there be a new student who was even more terrifying than Yan Qian? Wei Li looked at the student in front of him seriously. Wei Li was very surprised because that student seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. He looked a little too young. Wei Li was astonished. How could someone at such a young age be strong enough to fight against him? A new student? Wei Li asked uncertainly. He couldn't believe that a new student could be so strong. A new student. Lin Feng. Brother Wei, please enlighten me. Lin Feng stepped forward, his body releasing a terrifying battle intent. Lin Feng's battle intent was like an ocean, engulfing the entire area. The surrounding forest was destroyed by Lin Feng's battle intent. Chapter 150. As expected, he's a new student. Wei Li took a deep breath. Surprisingly, there was such a strong cultivator amongst the new students. Wei Li had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, Wei Li was extremely confident in his own strength. He was convinced that defeating Lin Feng wouldn't be too difficult. So. At this time, Dongfang Xinyao and the rest also entered the battlefield. Do you want me to help you deal with this, Wei Li? Dongfang Xinyao asked. I'm enough. You guys go deal with the other seniors. Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xinyao understood Lin Feng's strength and character, and knew that Lin Feng was not a boastful person. She nodded and headed toward the other seniors. Huang Lei, Huang Ling, and the rest had strange expressions on their faces. After all, Lin Feng was facing a mountain river list expert. But wasn't Lin Feng a little too confident? This person is very difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. Yangon warned. He was trying his best to recover. Don't worry. Lin Feng waved his hand. Brat, you're too arrogant. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare boast so shamelessly in front of me. Wei Li looked coldly at Lin Feng. Swish! Wei Li moved, dashing toward Lin Feng. Wei Li was furious. He was one of the Azure Dragon Institute's Mountain River list experts. There were a total of 300 people on the Mountain River list, and all of them were geniuses at the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm and above. Which one of them was not an independent expert? But now, a new student actually dared to say that he could deal with him. How could Wei Li not be angry? 5 mountain slash. Wei Li bellowed, his right hand like an axe, chopping down on Lin Feng. This move was similar to the great demon god's mountain slash. Waves of terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth, spreading out in all directions. At that moment, Wei Li gave people a dazed feeling. It was as if Wei Li had transformed into an ancient demon god, holding the chaos divine axe in his hand. With a single chop, an ancient immortal mountain was split in half. That brat actually dared to offend Captain. He's courting death. It's been a long time since I've seen the Captain so angry. Anyone who offends the Captain doesn't have a good ending. Let's just wait for a good show. The senior students in Wei Li's group all had sinister smiles on their faces. Their strength compared to the new students indeed held a clear advantage. In the battle with the new students, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, and he was even able to communicate with them. That guy looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old, yet he's facing an expert like Wei Li alone. Isn't that just courting death? The freshmen in Yen Qian's group also looked towards the battle between Wei Li and Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng's slightly immature face, they all shook their heads and sighed. In the eyes of these new students, even a powerful figure like Yen Qian was no match for Wei Li. Lin Feng! How could he possibly be Wei Li's match? He would definitely lose miserably at Wei Li's hands. Whoosh! In the face of Wei Li's attack, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Everyone felt as if an afterimage had flashed past their eyes. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of Wei Li. Now that Lin Feng had activated the Golden Winged Rock clone, his speed had reached an unbelievable level. With a light leap, he could travel dozens of meters. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't hold back either. He immediately attacked Wei Li with a collapsing fist. Bang! Lin Feng, and Wei Li collided for the second time. When they collided, a gigantic explosion spread in the air. Lin Feng and Wei Li collided for the second time. When they collided, a gigantic wave of energy swept out in all directions. Not far from them, a dozen new students were blown away. Even Yan Gan, who was a new student, was pushed back. He blocked it. Heavens, who is that kid? He's actually on par with the captain. The older students roared one after another. Everyone was deeply shocked. They clearly knew how terrifying Wei Li was. However, it was precisely because they knew this. Now that they saw a freshman on par with Wei Li, they were even more shocked. This guy is too strong. All of the new students were also dumbstruck. Brother Lin, are you really that strong? Shui Yuan and Zhang Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! Zhang Pingfan was also astonished. He and Lin Feng were roommates. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was strong, he hadn't thought that he would be this strong. Huang Lei and Huang Ling were also astonished. Only Dongfang Xinyao didn't seem surprised. Wei Li's expression became gloomy. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. He sneered and said, "Boy, you've really exceeded my expectations. However, this is the end. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my collapsing fist." The captain is going to use his ultimate skill. When the seniors heard the words collapsing fist, they were extremely excited. This was Wei Li's ultimate skill. They had seen him use it 3 times. Every time he used it, he would be able to defeat his opponent. This secret technique was extremely terrifying. Today, Wei Li was going to use the collapsing fist again. All the older students had the feeling that Lin Feng was going to be defeated by Wei Li at the end of the battle. Collapsing fist. Wei Li roared. Bang! Behind Wei Li, an ancient world appeared. It was like an ancient world. It was vast, primitive, mysterious, and powerful. It emitted an immortal qi. Wei Li was enveloped by the ancient world. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal war god. He punched out. The entire eldritch world began to collapse. Wei Li's punch seemed to be able to destroy an entire world. This was simply too terrifying and frightening. Everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from Wei Li's body. That aura caused many of the students who were closer to him to tremble. They even had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship Wei Li. Too terrifying! Too terrifying! Is this the strength of a senior in the Mountain River list? Many of the freshmen shouted in fear. Feeling the qi from Wei Li's body, they felt a deep sense of despair. How could they fight against such a senior? Brother Lin is finished. Zhang Qian shouted with a pale face. Seeing that Wei Li's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng moved. A senior in the Mountain River list is truly powerful. I will also let you experience my ultimate skill. With that said, Lin Feng's hands formed a strange shape. It was the beginning of the Qiong Qi's treasure technique. Bang! Lin Feng made his move. The Qiong Qi's treasure technique exploded. Bang! He and Wei Li clashed once again. Everyone could see that Wei Li was like a kite with a broken string flying out. Chapter 151. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's right, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. This can't be real. One student after another shouted in disbelief. There were old students as well as new students. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. Wei Li, a master on the Mountain River list, a well-known figure among the Azure Dragon Institute's older students. He was actually sent flying by a new student's palm strike. This was too unimaginable. Brother Lin, he's actually so terrifying. Zhang Qian and Shui Yuan's voice trembled. Too strong. All the new students were looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Yan Qian's fists were tightly clenched. He was one of the most popular students among this batch of new students, and he had always been confident in himself. But now, after seeing Lin Feng, he finally understood what it meant by "there is always a sky beyond the sky," a person beyond a person. Among the new students, there was actually such a low-profile, terrifying existence. However, this also ignited Yan Qian's fighting spirit. Lin Feng dashed toward Wei Li. He wanted to thoroughly defeat Wei Li, not giving him a chance to counterattack. "Let's attack together and deal with that brat," one of the old students shouted in a low voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Following that, the old students all rushed toward Lin Feng. "Attack!" Yan Qian shouted, rushing toward one of the old students. The rest of the new students also regained their senses and attacked the old students. Now that Lin Feng had the upper hand, it also ignited the old students' fighting spirit that had been worn out. These new students fought with their lives on the line against the old students. Although these older students were powerful, this was only a new student assessment after all. They didn't want to take the risk of being seriously injured to fight with these crazy new students. Therefore, they were actually at a disadvantage when fighting with the new students. However, the old students had the advantage in numbers. There were still 4 to 5 old students who rushed over, attacking Lin Feng from all sides. Boom! Facing the encirclement of 4 to 5 old students, Lin Feng exploded. He stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Feng was like a young god of war, pushing forward horizontally, sending out 5 consecutive punches. Bang, 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 bang. 5 muffled sounds of collisions rang out. Everyone was incomparably shocked to see that Lin Feng, in a 1 versus 5 situation, had actually sent 5 seniors flying. Wow! The 5 senior students seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair before falling to the ground. Their auras were dispirited, and they didn't have the strength to fight any longer. Lin Feng had killed 5 seniors in a flash. Everyone's hearts were deeply shaken. Too strong. He could be described as a pervert. On the side of the freshmen, the morale of the older students had taken a hit. Right after Lin Feng defeated the 5 seniors, Lin Feng's expression changed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a lightning-fast shadow pounced over. "Be careful!" Huang Linger and the others cried out in surprise, as if they had seen something terrifying. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a ferocious beast pouncing towards him. This ferocious beast was more than 10 meters tall, like the legendary ferocious beast Swanee. The ferocious beast descended from the sky and pounced over. "It's the captain's spirit, the ferocious beast Swanee." The captain is finally serious. The ferocious beast Swanee is famous for its powerful attacks. Let's see how the captain will defeat that little brat. The seniors were excited. The ferocious beast Swanee was a famous ferocious beast, and it was extremely terrifying. Wei Li's spirit was unexpectedly the ferocious beast Swanee, which was something Lin Feng hadn't expected. People who had this kind of spirit were usually quite terrifying. Now that Wei Li had activated the ferocious beast Swanee, he had perfectly fused with the Swanee. In other words, the ferocious beast Swanee in front of them was the fusion of Wei Li's spirit and his spirit. The ferocious beast Swanee pounced towards him. The ferocious beast Swanee was about to pounce on Lin Feng at that moment of extreme danger. Whoosh! Everyone only saw a golden light flash, and as if he had teleported, Lin Feng disappeared from his original position. The ferocious beast Swanee pounced on empty air. In the next instant, Lin Feng appeared more than 10 meters away. Oh my God, what kind of speed is that? Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Fast! Too fast! Even a martial general wouldn't be able to move so quickly, right? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, asking themselves the same question. Who was this kid? He was only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength was monstrous, and his speed was unimaginably fast. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. It pounced 4 or 5 times, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Many people's mouths twitched. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Although Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee was powerful, if it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, how could it fight? Wei Li was so sullen that he wanted to die. He roared furiously. "You don't dare to fight me head-on? You coward, do you only know how to dodge?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I haven't attacked you for 5 times already. I'll let you attack me for 10 times. Then I'll make you accept your defeat." Lin Feng's words made Wei Li fly into a rage. "Kid, I'll make you pay for your arrogance." Wei Li roared, and the ferocious beast Swanee that he had transformed into pounced again. Missed, 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 missed. 5 consecutive attacks, and Lin Feng missed again. "It's my turn to attack." At that moment, Lin Feng roared and charged at Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee. Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee roared, "Kid, I've been waiting for this moment. Now it's time to end it all." Boom! Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee raised its huge claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. The power that erupted from that blow was enough to shatter a mountain in an instant. Everyone could feel how terrifying that attack was. Many people's faces turned pale. It was as if they were facing an ancient, ferocious beast. It was too terrifying. The older students were excited. It was as if they could see Lin Feng being defeated. Just thinking about it made them very excited. On the other hand, the new students were pale. Wei Li's attack was too terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng attacked. Archaic dragonesque elephant, Holy Emperor Bao. A deep roar resounded. Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Boom! In the sky, a huge figure appeared. It was a dragonesque elephant. Its body was too huge. Its head was the sky, and its feet were on the ground. It looked like the backbone of the world. Heavens, what's that? Many people looked at the dragonesque elephant in astonishment. Roar! The dragonesque elephant raised its head and roared. Wei Li's ferocious beast Swanee looked as if it had been struck by lightning. It was immediately sent flying, and Wei Li returned to his original form in midair. Thump! Wei Li fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale, and he couldn't fight anymore. Chapter 152. The captain lost. All the seniors paled. Even someone as strong as Wei Li had been defeated. They found it hard to believe that this was real. On the other hand, the freshmen were elated. Before Lin Feng had appeared, the freshmen had already lost all hope. However, Lin Feng's appearance had changed the situation, especially the battle between Lin Feng and Wei Li. It had been extremely exciting. Lin Feng was extremely strong. Everybody's heart was pounding. "Senior Brother Wei, thank you for letting me win." Lin Feng walked forward and extended his right hand. Wei Li's expression changed, but he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He grabbed Lin Feng's hand and stood up. "Junior Brother Lin, you're so strong. I'm impressed." Lin Feng cupped his fist and said, "I won by luck. If I did anything wrong during the battle, please forgive me." Wei Li looked at Lin Feng's humble attitude. Wei Li's expression improved. He said, "It's fine. I won't take it to heart." After a pause, Wei Li took out the senior token and said, "This is my senior token. Junior brother, please keep it." The others saw that Wei Li had been defeated. With a monstrous existence like Lin Feng in the freshman team, they no longer had the heart to fight and handed over their senior tokens. Goodbye. Wei Li cupped his fist and left with the other seniors. Since they had lost their freshman tokens, they were eliminated and could no longer stay in the forest. After Wei Li and the others left, Yan Qian and the others walked over. "Brother Lin, I'm Yan Qian. Thank you for your help." Yan Qian cupped his fist and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Lin." The rest of the freshmen also thanked him. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to be so polite. We've already reached the depths of the forest, and there are many strong senior teams active here. Wei Li's team should be the weakest among them. The senior teams will meet later will be even stronger. Are you all willing to join my team? We're honored to be invited by Brother Lin. Yan Qian cupped his fist and said, Haha, that's great. Now we're all part of the same team. Let's work together to defeat the seniors and reach the end. Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, under the captain's leadership, we'll definitely reach the end. That's right, with the captain here, we'll definitely be able to achieve unbelievable results. The freshmen said excitedly. Clearly, these new students had already completely treated Lin Feng as the leader of this group. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand. The group of people headed into the depths of the forest. Run. It's Wei Li's team. In the forest, a group of freshmen saw Wei Li and the others and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. They ran away before the fight even started. A senior student cursed in a low voice. Wei Li and company had lost their qualifications and couldn't be bothered with these new students. They all walked out dejectedly. Those new students didn't run far. When they saw Wei Li and the others walking out of the forest, one of the new students muttered, Ah, what's going on? Why aren't these seniors chasing us? Look, these seniors are all dejected. Could it be that they were defeated by someone? Defeated? That can't be right. Wei Li is an expert on the Mountain River list, and the rest of the seniors are also very strong. Among the freshmen, is there anyone who can defeat Wei Li's team? I'm not sure, but if there really is, then it'll be interesting. In the previous freshman examinations, the freshmen were always beaten up by the seniors. Even if they formed the strongest team in front of the seniors, they still couldn't withstand a single blow. If there's a team this year that can overturn all the senior teams, then it'll give us freshman face. Overturning all the senior teams? That's too unrealistic. You must know that the strongest team this time is led by a terrifying existence on the Mountain River list. It's said that the senior strength is about to break through to the martial general realm. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Wei Li and the others had met many new students along the way. They had also met some seniors. Obviously, Wei Li and the others had been defeated, or else they wouldn't have let the freshmen go again and again. Wei Li's team was one of the 5 senior teams. Wei Li was also an expert on the Mountain River list, but now he was actually defeated by a team of freshmen. This matter caused a huge uproar among the freshmen and seniors alike. Outside the Crouching Dragon Ridge, there were many people gathered. There were senior students who came to watch the fun, and there were also Azure Dragon Institute teachers who were waiting for the examination to end. Look, it's Wei Li and the others. Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of more than a dozen students walking out. This group of people was Wei Li's team. Why did Wei Li and the others come out? Could it be they were defeated? An Azure Dragon Institute teacher exclaimed in disbelief. Wei Li is an expert on the Mountain River list. How could he be defeated by freshmen? Some teachers voiced their doubts, finding it hard to believe. The 5 senior teams were all led by famous seniors on the Mountain River list, and every one of them was an expert. For the freshmen to defeat them, it was too difficult. But now Wei Li and the others were walking out with their heads hung low, indicating many problems. Even the vice principal, Helian Changlong, who was in charge of the assessment, had a shocked expression on his face. Helian Changlong said to a teacher beside him, "Call Wei Li over." "Yes, Lord Vice Principal." The teacher immediately walked towards Wei Li and brought him over. Wei Li didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Vice Dean. He respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple Wei Li greets the Vice Dean. Dispense with the formalities." Helian Changlong waved his hand. "Thank you, Lord Vice Principal." Wei Li stood to the side, waiting for Helian Changlong to speak. Everyone's gaze fell on Wei Li and Vice Principal Helian Changlong. Helian Changlong asked, "Wei Li, what's going on? Why did your team come out?" Wei Li's face was ugly as he answered, "We were eliminated. What? They were really eliminated? Almost everyone was shocked. Wei Li's team was terrifying, but they were actually eliminated. Could it be that they were besieged by a large group of freshmen? Helian Changlong asked. Besieged by freshmen? No, the number of freshmen is even less than us seniors. Wei Li answered. This. Helian Changlong was incomparably shocked. He seemed to realize something and asked excitedly, "You're saying?" Wei Li smiled wryly and nodded. Just as Lord Vice Principal speculated, we met a terrifying new student called Lin Feng. In a battle with Lin Feng, I was defeated. Our team's morale was scattered, and in the end we were defeated. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Li, a master on the Mountain River list, was actually defeated by a new student. And among the 10 geniuses that the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups paid attention to, it was hard to find someone who could defeat Wei Li, right? Lin Feng, in our true martial country, there aren't any big families with the surname Lin, right? Who is this new student called Lin Feng? One of the Azure Dragon Institute's deacons asked doubtfully. This was the same question in everyone's mind. Who was this Lin Feng? They had never heard of this person before. Chapter 153. In the ancient forest, more than 10 students were resting. This group of students consisted of both males and females. They were led by a handsome young man. The young man was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure and was very handsome. His name was Long Shiyu. He was known as the most talented genius among the new students. Long Shiyu's team was made up of experts. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize a few of them. Lin Feng's good friend from Jialan Academy, Xiao Yifei, and Xin Yuanzhan were among them. Whoosh! A figure flashed over. It was a skinny young man with an agile body. His name was Wu Ming, and he was the scout of Long Shiyu's team. Wu Ming is back. A student said. Something big happened outside, and it caused a huge uproar. Wu Ming said, "Oh, what happened?" Long Shiyu asked. Everyone looked at Wu Ming. Wei Li's team, one of the top 5 teams in the inner courtyard, was defeated by a group of new students. Wu Ming took a deep breath and said, "What? Is this news true? It's not a rumor, right? That's impossible, right? Apart from our team, is there another team that can compete with the top 5 teams?" The old students shook their heads in disbelief. Obviously, they found it hard to believe. Long Shiyu's team was made up of the top geniuses of the 9 academies. Even a top team like theirs couldn't guarantee that they could defeat the top 5 teams. Until now, their team had yet to fight with any of the 5 senior student teams. Yet, a team had already defeated Wei Li's team. This naturally caused the top students among the new students to feel incredulous, so much so that they found it hard to believe. It's true. Many people saw Wei Li's team leave the forest. They were obviously defeated. Wu Ming shrugged. The faces of the top students among the new students became gloomy and uncertain. Xin Yuanzhan asked, "What's the name of the new student leading the team?" "I'm not sure. No one dares to ask Wei Li's team." Wu Ming said. Wei Li's team was enraged after being defeated by a new student team. Who would dare to provoke them? Only the Azure Dragon Institute's higher echelons would be able to get Wei Li to answer honestly. If it were any other student who asked, that student would definitely be beaten up by Wei Li. Long Shiyu jumped down from the big rock and said, "Everyone, our team was originally a team with high hopes, and was also the only seeded team among the freshmen. Now, an unknown team of freshmen has defeated one of the 5 senior teams, Wei Li's team, while our seeded team has achieved nothing. If this news were to spread, I'm sure people would laugh their heads off, right? It's about time for us to set out and defeat the 5 senior teams to show off our might. That's right, we also have to defeat the older students and tell everyone who's the real seeded team of the new students. Long Shiyu's team." This Long Shiyu was not simple. With just a few words, he was able to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. "Go. Long Xiu's team also set off, heading towards the depths of the forest. Next to a small creek, a small group's team. Captain, drink some water. Huang Linger passed her water bottle to Lin Feng. Huang Linger was 17 years old, tall and slender, with a pair of long and slender legs. Although she was still young, her breasts were heavy and her body was perfectly developed. Coupled with her exquisite face, she was definitely a stunner. Lin Feng had also heard of the Huang family. The Huang family's old master was called the West Pacifying Marshal. He controlled millions of soldiers in the Zhan Wu country's northwest, guarding the border with the Beastmen Kingdom. He had led the army several times to repel the Beastmen Kingdom's invading army. Many thanks, I have some water here. Lin Feng took out his own water bottle. Then eat something. Huang Linger took out some pastries and gave them to Lin Feng. Watching a top-grade beauty like Huang Linger surrounding Lin Feng and fawning over him, many students were envious, but they couldn't be jealous. They also admired Lin Feng. Captain, look, there are many people watching. They seem to be new students. Huang Lei pointed at the students who were looking in their direction. Yan Qian said, "It must be because we defeated Wei Li's team that these people are watching. Don't worry about them. Rest well and we'll leave," Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone nodded and rested where they were. Is it them? Did they defeat Wei Li? Isn't that guy Yan Qian? Could it be that Yan Qian defeated Wei Li? Yan Qian is strong, but he's still a bit weaker than Wei Li. It must be someone else. Some students who were hiding in the forest discussed. The new students' team had defeated Wei Li's team, which was one of the 5 senior teams. This caused a huge commotion. The new students were naturally very interested in the new team that had defeated Wei Li's team. They wanted to see who it was that had defeated Wei Li's team. Someone is coming. Not good. It's Song Zhanyuan. Song Zhanyuan's team is ranked 3rd among the 5 senior teams. Song Zhanyuan's cultivation is much stronger than Wei Li's. Let's hide quickly. If Song Zhanyuan sees us, we'll be done for. The new students who were wandering in the forest saw a dozen senior students coming from afar. They were all frightened and quickly found a place to hide. Captain, someone is coming. It's a group of seniors. Not good. It's Song Zhanyuan's team. Seeing them, Yan Qian's face changed. Yan Qian naturally knew how terrifying Song Zhanyuan was. Wei Li was ranked 246th in the Mountain River list, and Song Zhanyuan was in the top 100. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Song Zhanyuan's team was. Don't panic, I'm here. Lin Feng stood up. His words seemed to have some kind of magical power. It actually dispelled the fear in the team members. At this time, Song Zhanyuan and the rest had already arrived and surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. You're the ones who defeated Wei Li's team? You're Yan Qian, right? I've heard of your name before. You're one of the top 10 geniuses among the new students. But I never thought that you would actually have the strength to defeat Wei Li. But today, everything will end. Your team is destined to be stepped on by us. Song Zhanyuan clasped his hands behind his back. His voice was cold and indifferent. He looked at Yan Qian from the corner of his eyes. He did not place Yan Qian in his eyes. His gaze swept across the new students and suddenly stopped on Lin Feng's face. Song Zhanyuan was startled, but immediately revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 154. Back in the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng had a conflict with Song Zhanyuan because of Guazifei. Later, his cousin Leng Qiushuang appeared and helped to resolve the conflict. Before leaving, Song Zhanyuan said that if he saw Lin Feng again, he would not let Lin Feng go. Now, the two of them were really enemies on a narrow road, meeting here. Song Zhanyuan's team was ranked 3rd among the 5 senior student teams. Their overall strength was much stronger than Wei Li's team. When Song Zhanyuan saw Lin Feng, he sneered. I didn't expect you to be in this team as well. Did you not expect to see me here? Swish. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Feng. Not only the senior students, but also the new students. Judging from Song Zhenyuan's tone, these two seem to have some old grudges? Indeed, I didn't expect it. But since you've joined the assessment, it's only a matter of time before we meet. I don't find it strange. Lin Feng shrugged, looking at Lin Feng's indifferent expression. Song Zhenyuan's face darkened. Song Zhenyuan had always thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary member of Yan Qian's team. He looked at Yan Qian and said indifferently, Yan Qian, hand this brat over, and I'll let your team leave. How about it? What's going on? That brat seems to be in trouble. The students hiding in the surrounding forest looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng, who was targeted by Song Zhenyuan, would definitely not have a good ending. Yan Qian and the others looked at Song Zhenyuan with a strange expression, which made Song Zhenyuan furious. He said coldly, What? Yan Qian, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Yan Qian sneered. Watch your mouth. You don't seem to know the ins and outs of this matter, right? You're asking me to hand him over. What an idiot. Are you courting death? Song Zhenyuan shouted angrily and stared at Yan Qian coldly. He looked like he wanted to kill Yan Qian with one slap. Zhang Pingfan said, Yan Qian is right. Lin Feng is our captain. You want us to hand him over? Is there something wrong with your head? What? That kid is the captain of Yan Qian's team? Many of the freshmen were shocked. Naturally, they knew how heavy the word captain was. In other words, everyone in Yan Qian's team looked to Lin Feng as their leader. As for the captain, he was also the strongest in a team, and everyone bowed down to him. That kid doesn't look more than 16 or 17 years old. It's actually the captain. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Even Song Zhenyuan was stunned for a moment. He had always thought that Yan Qian was the leader of this team. Song Zhenyuan was a scheming person. He quickly regained his senses and looked at Lin Feng coldly. I underestimated you. Brothers, let's do it. Don't show any mercy. Hee, don't worry, Captain. We'll definitely teach these freshmen an unforgettable lesson. The older students in Song Zhenyuan's team started to laugh maliciously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The older students attacked and rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Attack! Lin Feng shouted. Boom, the two sides collided. They're attacking! Many of the freshmen who were hiding in the forest exclaimed. Kid, eat my fist, said a tall and sturdy old student while laughing evilly. He then threw a punch at Lin Feng. The power of this punch could reach up to 10 million pounds. Lin Feng was shocked. Song Zhenyuan's team was indeed filled with experts. Facing the older student's attack, Lin Feng moved to the left. Whoosh! He dodged the opponent's attack in an instant. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch as fast as lightning. With a loud bang, the older student was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His Zhen Qi dispersed, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. Oh my God, that Lin Feng is too strong. He defeated an older student in one move. No wonder Yan Qian and the others were convinced. Many of the freshmen exclaimed, Let's deal with him together. The two older students looked ice cold. They were moving towards Lin Feng, one on his left and one on his right. Their attacks were bombarding the atmosphere. When Lin Feng saw his opponent's attack, he quickly moved and arrived in front of one of the older students. He threw a punch at him. Fast! Too fast! The older student didn't even have time to react before Lin Feng arrived. Bang! With another loud bang, the second older student was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His Zhen Qi dispersed, and he lost his ability to fight. Seeing Lin Feng so scared, the other older student's face changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of him and threw a punch. The older student smiled ferociously and threw a punch as well. Their fists collided violently. Kacha! 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 The older student's arm was broken, and he was blown away like a kite with its string cut. He crashed against a tree and fainted on the spot. Lin Feng easily defeated 3 older students. However, there was still a huge gap between Lin Feng's team and the older students. In a short battle, 4 of his team members were defeated by the older students. Their faces were pale, and they lost their ability to fight. Whoosh! At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng like a flash of lightning. "Huh!" shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing a punch at him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Both parties collided fiercely. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying power that was as boundless as the sea. It was Song Jianyuan who had made his move. After the collision, Lin Feng quickly retreated 3 meters and pulled a distance away from Song Jianyuan. Lin Feng's cultivation was at the 5th level of martial master, and his strength had reached 20480,000 gene. After the collision with Song Jianyuan, Lin Feng realized that Song Jianyuan should be at the 8th level of martial master, and his strength should have reached 70 million gene. He was about to break through to the 9th level of martial master. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder he could be ranked in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. To be able to take one of my attacks without losing, you have some ability. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Song Jianyuan sneered at Lin Feng. Just not bad. It seems like you did not gain the upper hand. Lin Feng replied coldly. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will trample you under my feet. At that time, you will be like a dog kneeling in front of me and begging for my forgiveness. With that, Song Jianyuan moved. He used the 8 extreme steps and rushed towards Lin Feng. In the air, there were many afterimages, and it was not clear which one was Song Jianyuan's real body. Chapter 155. Haha, the captain has made his move. Brothers, let's quickly defeat these guys and watch the show, a senior student said with a big laugh. Then let's end this quickly, a senior replied. It was obvious that these senior students did not put the freshmen in their eyes. Boom! The senior students' attacks became more and more fierce. But it had to be said that they were indeed powerful, making it difficult for Lin Feng's team to defend. Only Yan Qian, Dongfang Xinyao, and Huang Lei had the upper hand against the senior students. The rest were all at a disadvantage, and there were already 6 freshmen who had been defeated. Of course, everyone knew that. The crux of the battle was still the battle between Lin Feng and Song Jianyuan. The battle between the 2 captains would affect the outcome of the battle, but it was obvious that the senior students were full of confidence. They did not believe that Lin Feng, a freshman, could defeat Song Jianyuan, who was in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. The 8 extreme steps was an extremely profound footwork technique. It was said that it was based on the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dy, Zhen, Zhen, Li, Kan. It was mixed with a few illusion techniques. Those afterimages were the illusions created by the 8 trigrams of Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dy, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kansas. But it was hard for others to tell which were the afterimages and which were the real ones. That was the terrifying part of Baji steps. The opponent would not be able to differentiate between the real and the illusion, and would be defeated by the person using Baji steps. Brat, maybe in less than 10 moves, you will be trampled under my feet. Song Jianyuan sneered. Many afterimages connected to Song Jianyuan's real body, and they all rushed towards Lin Feng. They all rushed towards him. Which one is Song Jianyuan? That brat is finished. He will be killed by Song Jianyuan. Many of the freshmen who were hiding in the forest to watch the show exclaimed. To them, Song Jianyuan was too strong, to the point that it was impossible to fight against him. What Baji steps? A trash technique, and you dare to show off in front of me? I'm afraid that your Baji steps won't even be able to touch me, Lin Feng said with disdain. Shameless boasting. Watch how I deal with you. Song Jianyuan's voice became extremely cold. Boom! Song Jianyuan rushed towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. Quick! It was too fast. Everyone only saw an afterimage flash by, and Lin Feng already disappeared without a trace. Song Jianyuan's attack missed. Impossible. Song Jianyuan roared in disbelief. His 8 extremity steps was known for its speed and strangeness. Song Jianyuan had never failed to use his 8 extreme steps before, but on that day, Lin Feng had easily destroyed his 8 extreme steps. Song Jianyuan was extremely proud and arrogant. He couldn't accept that. Song Jianyuan roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. However, Song Jianyuan's 8 extreme steps was a far cry from Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng's golden winged rock avatar had been awakened, Lin Feng had mastered the golden body wings and could fly in the sky. Although Lin Feng hadn't used the golden body wings yet, but Lin Feng's speed and agility, even if he didn't use his golden wings, were already incredible. It was a supreme secret technique passed down by the immemorial demon Saint Emperor. It wasn't something that Song Jianyuan's 8 extreme steps could compare to. Song Jianyuan pounced 5 times in a row, but missed all of them. Oh my God, am I seeing things? The freshmen were all dumbfounded. The seniors in Song Jianyuan's team were also shocked. No one had expected this to happen. In their opinion, Lin Feng should be crushed by Song Jianyuan. Brothers, our captain is so awesome. We can't be cowards and fight with these seniors. Yan Qian shouted, "Let's fight." The rest of the people gritted their teeth and shouted. Each and every one of them fought with their lives on the line, causing the older students who were absent-minded to become flustered. Lin Feng dodged Song Jianyuan's attack for the 6th time. He sneered, "Song Jianyuan, you've always thought too highly of yourself. Do you really think you can win? I'll let you know that you're not just inferior to me in terms of speed. Even in terms of cultivation, there's a huge gap between us." Lin Feng stepped forward and walked toward Song Jianyuan. With every step he took, Lin Feng's aura grew stronger. Song Jianyuan's face darkened. The 8 extreme steps that made him famous was nothing in front of Lin Feng. It was a huge blow to Song Jianyuan. Song Jianyuan hated Lin Feng even more. Now that he saw Lin Feng taking the initiative to attack, he sneered, "Boy, so what if you're fast? No matter how fast you are, if your cultivation is not enough, you'll still lose." Boom! Song Jianyuan attacked with his mad dragon fist towards Lin Feng. The wind blew and the clouds flew. Lin Feng attacked. The wind swept across the land. "The wind is blowing," many people exclaimed. They did not know why the wind was blowing so suddenly. Look, everyone looked at Lin Feng and Song Jianyuan. The two of them were finally going to fight. Lin Feng used his great celestial hand and threw a punch at Song Jianyuan. Bang! Everybody was looking at Song Jianyuan, who had just collided with Lin Feng's fist, was pushed backwards. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, including the freshmen and seniors. Even Yan Qian and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but they did not expect Lin Feng to be so strong. He was able to gain such a huge advantage when fighting against someone like Song Jianyuan. Boom! Lin Feng attacked with his 2nd attack. Each attack of the great sky covering hand was stronger than the previous one. The 2nd attack was even stronger. Bang! Lin Feng and Song Jianyuan clashed again. Song Jianyuan was blown away. His body broke 4 or 5 trees. He stood up, but Lin Feng had already started attacking again. Song Jianyuan did not even have the chance to react. Under Lin Feng's attack, he did not even have the strength to defend himself. "I remember you once told me that the next time we meet, you'll make me kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But with your strength, you can't even withstand a single attack from me. You're far too weak to make me kneel and beg for mercy." Boom! When Lin Feng finished talking, he punched the 3rd time. No! Song Jianyuan screamed in fear. He could feel how terrifying the attack was. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The attack landed on Song Jianyuan's chest. Song Jianyuan flew out like a cannonball. In mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed onto the ground fiercely. Dust flew everywhere. Song Jianyuan did not move and fainted. 3rd attack. Song Zhenyuan was an extremely strong senior. He was a famous cultivator on the Mountain River list, but he was defeated by Lin Feng. Furthermore, under Lin Feng's attack, he did not even have the strength to retaliate. Chapter 156. The entire ancient forest was dead silent, regardless of whether it was the new students or the older students. At that moment, they had not recovered from the shock. Someone as strong as Song Zhenyuan, he was actually defeated. Furthermore, he was defeated so miserably, as though they were not on the same level. Too strong. A new student, hiding in the forest, said with a trembling voice. His heart was still in a state of extreme shock. Lin Feng had defeated Song Zhenyuan, who was in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. In everyone's eyes, it was too shocking. Captain is mighty. Huang Lei was the first to regain his senses and shouted, Captain is mighty! The rest of the people also shouted excitedly. As for the older students, their faces were all pale. Song Zhenyuan's defeat, it was as though they had lost their pillar of support. Hand over the older student order and leave with Song Zhenyuan. Lin Feng said coldly. A few of the older students had fierce gazes. They did not want to leave because the older students had more people, and their fighting strength had not decreased by much. On the side of the new students, Lin Feng was more troublesome, but it was only Lin Feng alone. A few of the older students wanted to surround and attack Lin Feng. To them, Lin Feng had just experienced a huge battle. He must be tired. If they attacked together, they might be able to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed what the older students were thinking and said coldly, What, you want to end up like Song Zhenyuan? The older students' faces were uncertain, but in the end they sighed. They did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strong fighting strength had truly shocked them. This is our older student order. Someone handed over the older student order. There was a first person. There was a second person. Very quickly, everyone handed over the older student order, and one of the older students carried the unconscious Song Zhenyuan on his back and left. Lost, Song Zhenyuan's team was also defeated. The new students who were hiding in the forest exclaimed in shock. Only when Song Zhenyuan's team walked out of the forest did they regain their senses. Everyone's gaze fell on the delicate young man. He was the one who had turned the tide of the battle. What's the situation over here? Lin Feng asked. 8 people are injured. They can't hold on any longer. Yan Qian said, Captain, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The 8 students lowered their heads, extremely unwilling to give up. They wanted to follow Lin Feng into the depths of the ancient forest. But unfortunately, he could no longer hold on. Don't worry, rest well and recover. Yan Qian, distribute all the seniors you just received to the 8 of them. Lin Feng said, Yes, Captain. Yan Qian distributed 16 senior student tokens to the new students who couldn't persevere. With an additional senior disciple token, they would be able to make great strides in the assessment results. Even if they couldn't enter the Genius Barracks, with the additional 2 new student tokens, they could still enter the higher class and receive the best training in the Azure Dragon Institute's outer division. The 8 of them looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. Thank you, Captain. In the future, if you need us for anything, just say the word. Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a sea of fire. We brothers won't even bat an eyelid. Lin Feng smiled. All right. Thank you, brothers, for your kind intentions, but it's not good to stay in the ancient forest. Brothers, go out and rest. Goodbye, Captain. The 8 new students bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others with reluctance. Regarding Lin Feng's decision to distribute the 16 senior disciple tokens to the 8 new students, not only were the others not dissatisfied, they admired Lin Feng's way of doing things. Perhaps they would also be disqualified in the next battle. Since Lin Feng could treat the 8 new students this way, he could do the same to them. Everyone admired Lin Feng, not only in terms of strength, but also in the way he handled matters. They were all sincerely convinced. Let's go. Lin Feng said, and left with the remaining 10 people. Outside the ancient forest, the Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons and students gathered to watch the fun. In the distance, 15 figures walked out with unsteady steps. These were all senior students. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. It's blazing heaven, someone exclaimed in shock. Among the group was a young noble clad in black, Blazing Heaven. Blazing Heaven was also a master on the Mountain River list. Among the 5 senior student groups, they were ranked 4th. Although their strength wasn't as strong as Song Zhenyuan's group, they were still terrifying. And now, all the people in Blazing Heaven's group were walking out. Obviously, Blazing Heaven's group was defeated. Another group defeated by a new student group. Many people looked at him in astonishment. In the previous year's assessment, the new student groups were swept away by the 5 senior student groups. And this year's 5 senior student groups were much stronger than the previous years. Yet, 2 senior student groups were defeated. This was enough to shock the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Blazing Heaven, who defeated your group? Helian Changlong asked. Blazing Heaven said expressionlessly, defeated by Long Shiyu's group. Good, go and rest. Helian Changlong nodded. This disciple will take his leave. Blazing Heaven left with the rest of his group. Long Shiyu's group defeated Blazing Heaven's group. Although it's shocking, it's still within the acceptable range. The other group is more terrifying. That Lin Feng's group doesn't have many masters. One of the Azure Dragon Institute elders said. Is there still no news from the people who went in to investigate? Helian Changlong asked. Not out yet. The same elder answered. While these 2 Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were conversing, loud noises sounded from the surroundings. Because a 3rd group of senior students had appeared. Helian Changlong looked over and was shocked, for the 3rd group was Song Zhenyuan's group. Song Zhenyuan was a powerful character ranked 89th on the Mountain River list. And at this moment, Song Zhenyuan had actually fainted. Oh my God, Song Zhenyuan actually fainted. Who did this? Countless students and teachers were discussing in disbelief. Zhang Sun, what happened? Helian Changlong looked at one of the senior students in Song Zhenyuan's group. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Sun. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Song Zhenyuan was such a terrifying character, yet he was knocked out by someone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the other party was. Zhang Sun explained, We ran into Lin Feng's group, and our leader was defeated in a battle with Lin Feng. Our group was routed. What, Lin Feng again? Song Zhenyuan was also defeated by Lin Feng? Helian Changlong asked in shock. Zhang Sun nodded bitterly. Oh my God. First Wei Li, then Song Zhenyuan. Who is this Lin Feng? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They were eager to know who Lin Feng was. Chapter 157. In the sky, the silver moon was like a plate. Lin Feng and the rest were resting near a water source. The continuous battles had caused everyone to feel deeply fatigued. However, everyone's faces were brimming with confidence. Today, their team had already defeated Wei Li's team and Song Zhenyuan's team. Their self-confidence was growing. Everyone believed that as long as the captain was here, they could continue. Lin Feng leaned against a tree to rest. A fragrant wind blew over. Lin Feng opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw Huang Linger's exquisite face. You haven't rested yet? Lin Feng asked. I still have a bottle of spirit liquid here. Consume it, and your body will recover quickly. Huang Linger took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lin Feng. No need. You can keep it for yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said, If I tell you to take it, then take it. Huang Ling Air snorted and gave the bottle back to Lin Feng. She then turned around and walked away, swaying her hips as she walked away. Lin Feng touched his nose and could not help but smile bitterly. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's grace. 30 li away, Long Shi's team was also resting. Their team had just defeated Blazing Heaven's team and had only lost 3 people. Everyone in the team was still in a state of excitement. To be able to defeat a strong team of seniors was something to be proud of. Haha, today's battle was really refreshing. These seniors are not as powerful as we thought. A new student said. This was Li Hai, a genius student of Azure Dragon Academy. In today's battle, he had defeated 2 seniors. Our team is an elite team of new students. Defeating these seniors is naturally not a problem. Another new student said. Speaking of which, the captain is still the strongest. Even Blazing Heaven was defeated by him. Blazing Heaven is ranked 97th on the Mountain River list. Another senior said, thinking of the shocking battle between Long Shiyu and Blazing Heaven. He still felt his blood boiling. Of course, the captain's strength is at the peak of the genius camp. I wonder what's going on with the other team. I wonder if their captain is stronger than our captain? A freshman asked. Suddenly, a new student sneered and said, I don't know how the other team defeated Wei Li's team, but the captain is publicly acknowledged as the strongest new student. The captain of the other team is probably not qualified to be compared to our captain. The group of people chatted casually towards Lin Feng's team, which had also defeated the 5 senior teams. These people had a trace of disdain. Since they were both freshmen, there was a competitive relationship between them, and their team had gathered the top geniuses of the 9 great academies. Naturally, these people had a sense of superiority. When Lin Feng's team appeared and defeated Wei Li's team, they felt that their sense of superiority had been snatched away. Naturally, they were unconvinced. Now that they had defeated the even more powerful Blazing Heaven team, this sense of superiority once again occupied everyone's hearts. The night grew darker and darker. The night passed quickly. At dawn, Lin Feng's team and Long Shiyu's team set off towards the depths of the ancient forest. When Long Shiyu's team passed through a forest, they were blocked by a dozen seniors. Captain, another group of seniors has arrived. It seems like we're going to have another group of losers under our command. One of the freshmen laughed out loud. Which senior team are you from? You even dare to block our path? Do you know who we are? A freshman curled his lips and said, there should be more than 20 senior student teams of a certain scale, but the strongest 5 teams were led by experts on the Mountain River list. As for the rest of the senior teams, they were not that strong. Long Shiyu's team had just defeated the 4th-ranked Blazing Heavens team and was bursting with self-confidence. Oh, may I ask which team are you from? Right at this moment, a chuckle sounded from the group of seniors. The group of seniors parted, and a slightly thin young man walked out. Our captain is Long Shiyu. Not long ago, we defeated Blazing Heaven's team. Have you heard of us? If you know what's good for you, hand over the senior command medallion and you will suffer less. A freshman sneered. Impudent! Immediately, a senior scolded him coldly. The skinny young man waved his hands, smiling as he looked at the new student who had just spoken. The name of the new student who had spoken was Dong Xian. He had a tall stature and was extremely arrogant. However, this person's strength was truly powerful. During the battle with Blazing Heaven's group, he had defeated 3 seniors. The skinny youth looked at Dong Xian and said, How about we make a bet? Bet on what? Dong Xian asked. You can challenge any one of us. 10 moves. As long as you can withstand 10 moves, we will obediently hand over the senior command medallion. The skinny youth said. Hearing the skinny youth's words, Dong Xian's face became gloomy. It was obvious that the skinny youth was looking down on him. Dong Xian sneered and said, You think too highly of yourself. I choose you. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will defeat you. After saying that, Dong Xian stepped forward. All the senior students looked at Dong Xian with strange expressions. Why aren't you coming out? Are you afraid? Dong Xian sneered with an arrogant look on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Long Shiyu, as the captain, didn't stop him. This was because Long Xiu knew how powerful Dong Xian was. He had absolute confidence in Dong Xian. "I'm just thinking, if you lose, what should I ask for?" said the skinny youth, smiling indifferently. "Do you think I'll lose?" said Dong Xian, smiling coldly. "If you lose, kneel in front of me and kowtow," said the skinny youth. The skinny young man's face gradually turned cold. "Haha, that's a good suggestion. He's just a new student. If we don't teach him a lesson he'll never forget, he'll think he can piss on us seniors?" said one of the seniors, smiling coldly. "You want to die," shouted Dong Xian furiously. He threw himself at the skinny youth. Boom! Dong Xian exploded with power as he punched out at the skinny young man. That punch contained a force of 15 million Jin. No wonder Dong Xian was so arrogant. He was terrifyingly strong. He had the strength of the 7th celestial layer. "Kneel down!" However, the skinny youth didn't even move in the face of Dong Xian's attack. He just shouted coldly. Dong Xian looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His vitality was instantly dispersed. A loud sound was heard. Dong Xian was kneeling in front of the skinny youth. Hiss! All the freshmen sucked in a breath of cold air. That skinny youth had used his aura to disperse the power of Dong Xian, a 7th layer martial master. He had even forced Dong Xian to kneel on the ground. Wasn't that too terrifying? What was the skinny youth's cultivation level? Every new student's face was filled with deep shock. Chapter 158. "You, who exactly are you?" Dong Xian knelt on the ground, looking at the skinny young man in horror. His previous arrogance had now been shattered into pieces. Now Dong Xian's heart was filled with fear and unease. The man in front of him was too strong. He could only look up to him. "Yuan Qin Xing," said the skinny young man indifferently. "What? You're Yuan Qin Xing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list?" All of the new students revealed an aghast expression. Yuan Qin Xing. He was one of the strongest in the genius camp. He was ranked in the top 50 of the Mountain River list, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Long Xiu and the others hadn't thought that Yuan Qin Xing would lead a team to stop the freshmen. Yuan Qin Xing smiled at them and said, "What do you think? Are you afraid? If you don't want to suffer, you should know what to do, right?" Obviously, Yuan Qin Xing wanted Long Xiu and the others to surrender without a fight. That way they could relax. But obviously Long Xiu and the others wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Their team was made up of the strongest freshmen, and they weren't any weaker than the older students. Long Xiu was also very strong. His defeat of Blazing Heaven was the best proof of that. "We'd like to see how strong you all are," said Long Xiu coldly. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Yuan Qin Xing's face darkened in an instant. He kicked Dong Xian and sent him flying a dozen meters away. There was a thump. Dong Xian fell to the ground miserably. His true qi was scattered, and he couldn't get up for a long time. He had completely lost his ability to fight. "Let's get rid of these guys," said Yuan Qin Xing. "Ha. Captain, just watch from the side. Dealing with these freshmen isn't a difficult task." The dozen or so senior students all laughed. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk the older students jumped out and rushed towards Long Xiu and the others. "Attack!" Long Xiu bellowed, and all the new students rushed towards the older students. As for Long Xiu, he rushed toward Yuan Qin Xing. As the saying went, shoot the horse before shooting the man, and capture the leader before capturing the bandits. As long as they got rid of Yuan Qin Xing, the older students' team would be defeated without a fight. "Brat, your opponent is me." A sneer was heard as a silhouette quickly rushed over from the left and punched towards Long Xiu. This was a senior student with a medium build, but his strength was abnormally terrifying. When he attacked, a ferocious tiger vaguely condensed behind him. "You're courting death." Long Xiu shouted angrily and punched out. Bang! He and the older student clashed fiercely. That tyrannical power shook the earth faintly. The senior student did not move an inch, but Long Shiyu was forced to take 3 steps back. Shock appeared on Long Shiyu's face. He hadn't even fought with Yuan Qinqing yet, but he was already suppressed by a senior. Yuan Qinqing's team was too terrifying. You're quite strong, no wonder you were able to defeat Blazing Heaven. But your luck has come to an end, said Lin Feng. The senior sneered and rushed towards Long Shiyu. Mad Dragon Fist. Long Shiyu roared and unleashed his ultimate technique. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. Behind Long Shiyu, a giant dragon appeared. Its body was 1,000 meters long. Long Shiyu transformed into a giant dragon and rushed towards the senior. Humph! The senior sneered and suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, he transformed into a giant tiger. A dragon and a tiger fought together. This was a terrifying, secret technique, condensing the shape of a dragon and transforming into a giant tiger. It was like 2 primordial beasts were fighting each other. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. At the same time, the battle between the freshmen and the seniors had reached a climax. On the freshmen's side, such as Xiao Yifei, Xian Yuanzhan, Li Hai, and the others were very strong. In the previous battle with the seniors, they were not at a disadvantage. Instead, they had the upper hand. However, they were now completely suppressed by the seniors in Yuan Qinqing's team. Yuan Qinqing's team was too strong. These people were all elites of the genius camp. Bang! A freshman was sent flying and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he had lost his ability to fight. Bang! Soon, the second freshman was also sent flying and lost his ability to fight. The freshmen were constantly defeated. The seniors' strength was too terrifying. It was only a matter of time before the freshmen were defeated. Long Shiyu's situation was not good. In the battle with the seniors, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was gradually losing. Long Shiyu's team could be wiped out at any time. Yuan Qinqing crossed his arms and sneered as he watched the battle. In his opinion, Long Shiyu's team would be defeated soon. At this moment, Yuan Qinqing seemed to sense something. He looked in a direction and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Hiding in the dark and spying? Why don't you come out?" Whoosh! A young man jumped down from a tree. When Yuan Qinqing saw the young man's immature face, he was taken aback, but then he sneered. "You've got guts. You came here to watch the fun." Captain. Soon, Yan Qian and the others rushed out of the forest and gathered behind Lin Feng. "Yan Qian, it's you." Yuan Qinqing recognized Yan Qian. Yan Qian was one of the top 10 freshmen, attracting a lot of attention. It wasn't surprising that an Azure Dragon Institute senior could recognize Yan Qian. What really surprised Yuan Qinqing was that Yan Qian wasn't this team's captain, but that teenager. "You guys are the ones who defeated Wei Li and Song Zhenyuan's teams." A sharp light flickered in Yuan Qinqing's eyes, locking onto Lin Feng. "What? They're that mysterious team? They've already defeated 2 of the top 5 teams." Hearing Yuan Qinqing's words, Long Shiyu and the others who were in the middle of the battle were shocked. They had only heard that Lin Feng's team defeated Wei Li's team, and when they defeated Blazing Heaven's team, they were still talking about Lin Feng's team, not putting Lin Feng's team in their eyes. However, this team that they didn't put in their eyes actually defeated the 3rd-ranked Song Zhenyuan's team. Naturally, Long Shiyu and the others were shocked. "Is it him? He's this team's captain, right? Who is he?" All the seniors and freshmen's gazes fell on Lin Feng. "It's Lin Feng." Xiao Yifei and Xian Yuanzhan were shocked. They came from the same Azure Dragon Institute as Lin Feng, and Xiao Yifei had a good relationship with Lin Feng, whereas Xian Yuanzhan had once lost to Lin Feng. Thus, he was very familiar with Lin Feng. Neither of them had expected that the mysterious team that defeated Wei Li would be Lin Feng's captain. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Feng's team not only defeated the other teams, but also the third-ranked Song Zhenyuan's team. You guys go help, I'll deal with him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Yes, Captain. Yan Qian and the others complied, flying toward the seniors, while Lin Feng walked step by step toward Yuan Qinxing. Chapter 159. That guy wants to deal with Yuan Qinxing personally. Xianyuan Zhan and the others were shocked. Yuan Qinxing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Long Shiyu was such a powerful person. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with Yuan Qinxing. But now, Lin Feng wanted to face Yuan Qinxing alone. Who would not be shocked? That guy, who is he? Long Shiyu looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. He was also a proud person. Before meeting Yuan Qinxing's team, he had always been proud. But when the two teams fought, he realized that there was such a big gap between them. He could not even overcome the senior in front of him to fight with Yuan Qinxing. This made the proud Long Shiyu realize the gap between him and the geniuses on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng had to fight against Yuan Qinxing alone. Long Shiyu was extremely proud of himself, so he felt a bit bitter. That guy seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he was so terrifying. Lin Feng naturally did not know what Long Shiyu was thinking. His gaze was serious. Yuan Qinxing made Lin Feng feel a terrifying pressure. This person's cultivation was definitely terrifying. 9th Firmament Martial Master? Lin Feng could not help but think of Yuan Qinxing's cultivation level. Lin Feng's current strength could defeat an expert of the 8th Firmament Martial Master. And Long Shiyu made Lin Feng feel pressure. Obviously, Long Shiyu's strength was definitely above the 8th Firmament Martial Master. That was the 9th Firmament Martial Master. It was Lin Feng's first time facing an expert of this level. A cultivator at the 9th layer of the Martial Master realm had a strength of 128 million gene. If his strength exceeded 100 million, that would be too terrifying. Experts of this level could carry a mountain with their shoulders. They had the strength to pick up a mountain. It referred to experts in the 9th layer of the Martial Master realm. You defeated Wei, Li, and Song Zhenyuan. There hasn't been such a powerful person among the freshmen for a long time. What's your name? Yuan Qinxing's face was very calm. Those who were familiar with him knew that. Every time a big battle came, Yuan Qinxing would be unusually calm. Obviously, Yuan Qinxing now regarded Lin Feng as a real opponent. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Yuan Qinxing muttered 3 times, as if he wanted to search for a young genius called Lin Feng or a big family, but there was nothing. Whoosh! Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Yuan Qinxing. 9 forms collapsing fist. Shouted Lin Feng. He Qinxing's 9 punches. Heaven and earth. To mountain and rivers, sun and moon. Star collapse. Nature's 2. Samsara shatter. Heavens collapse. Galaxy shattering. Universe shattering. This was the 9 forms collapsing fist. Collapsing fist was an earth rank martial art. This martial art was domineering. From the name of the 9 forms collapsing fist, one could tell how domineering it was. Lin Feng pushed collapsing fist to the extreme. In the void, galaxies, stars, mountains, rivers, and worlds appeared. Endless shadows. Only by cultivating collapsing fist to the extreme. When using collapsing fist, would one be able to manifest all kinds of phantoms. Rumor had it that collapsing fist was created by an ancient powerhouse. It was originally an extremely terrifying divine ability, and the 9 forms collapsing fist was the starting move of this divine ability. Just like the Cheongqi treasured technique that Lin Feng cultivated, it also had a starting move. These heaven-defying secret techniques often had extremely powerful starting moves. Unfortunately, the real killing moves after collapsing fist had been passed down until now. Even so, the power of collapsing fist was not to be underestimated. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Yuan Qinxing also made his move. He punched at Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and Yuan Qinqing collided fiercely. The tyrannical force shook the surrounding trees and rocks into pieces. Thump! Thump! Lin Feng was forced to retreat a few steps. He felt a terrifying force enter his body. That force seemed to be tearing him apart. Lin Feng was shocked. Yuan Qinqing was too terrifying. He had actually injected internal strength into his body. Lin Feng hurriedly used the ancient dragonesque elephant art to suppress the surging power in his body. He looked at Yuan Qinqing seriously. Yuan Qinqing was definitely the strongest opponent Lin Feng had ever encountered. He had completely suppressed Lin Feng as soon as he attacked. You were able to withstand my attack. No wonder Wei, Li, and Song Zhenyuan were defeated by you. But if that's all you have, you won't be able to escape the fate of defeat today, Yuan Qinqing said calmly. Yuan Qinqing said casually. He was indeed too terrifying. When he attacked just now, he had only used a portion of his strength. Lin Feng said, a 9th celestial layer martial master is indeed powerful. It seems that I have to use my true strength to pass. Pass? You won't be able to get past me. Yuan Qinqing smiled. How do you know if you don't try? Shouted Lin Feng. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal with both hands. It was the Qiongqi treasured technique's starting move. Boom! Lin Feng exploded. He used the Qiongqi treasured technique and attacked Yuan Qinqing. The Qiongqi treasured technique was divided into 5 levels. Starting move, transformation, flesh body, primordial spirit, and true divinity body. The starting move was very simple. It was to prepare for the attack. Transformation allowed the user to take the form of the Qiongqi beast. The body of flesh and blood was formed from the flesh and blood of the Qiongqi, a ferocious beast. Primordial spirit was the Qiongqi beast's independent primordial spirit. Once the user cultivated to this level, the Qiongqi treasured technique would truly begin to be terrifying. The true divinity body was even more terrifying. When the user cultivated to this level, the Qiongqi beast's strength would be comparable to a true immemorial beast. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated to the 2nd level of the Qiongqi treasured technique, transformation. At this moment, Lin Feng had transformed into a Qiongqi beast. Roar! The Qiongqi beast roared. Everyone was shocked by the Qiongqi beast's terrifying aura. What's that? Both freshmen and seniors looked over. When they saw the terrifying beast pouncing towards Yuan Qinqing, they were shocked. No wonder he could defeat Wei Li and Song Zhenyuan. His battle prowess surpasses mine. Long Xiu looked over and clenched his fists tightly. Oh, that's a Qiongqi beast of the immemorial era? What kind of technique is that? You can condense a phantom of a Qiongqi beast of the immemorial era? Yuan Qinqing was shocked. That's the Qiongqi treasured technique. Lin Feng roared. Under Lin Feng's control, the Qiongqi beast roared and rushed towards Yuan Qinqing. Its huge claws slashed towards Yuan Qinqing. Just as the Qiongqi's huge claws were about to land on Yuan Qinqing's body, Yuan Qinqing made his move. He stretched out his right hand. Crack! Yuan Qinqing grabbed the Qiongqi beast's claws. The Qiongqi beast struggled violently, but it couldn't break free. How is this possible? Shouted Lin Feng in disbelief. The Qiongqi treasured technique was one of his trump cards, but Yuan Qinqing had blocked it so easily. Chapter 160. It's useless. You can't hurt me, said Yuan Qinqing coldly. He grabbed the winged tiger's huge claw with one hand. Then he threw the winged tiger to the ground. There was a loud bang. The winged tiger was thrown a dozen meters away. Roar! The winged tiger roared and jumped up from the ground. Under Lin Feng's control, it slowly approached Yuan Qinqing. Yuan Qinqing's strength was terrifying, but Lin Feng believed that Yuan Qinqing could resist him. It seems like you want to fight back. Since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely, said Yuan Qinqing with a cold smile. Whoosh! Yuan Qinqing took the initiative to attack the winged tiger. Sky Splitter! Shouted Lin Feng. He controlled the winged tiger to use the winged tiger's precious skill. The winged tiger stretched out its claws and clawed at Lin Feng. Those sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. It was said that the winged tiger's claws could easily tear apart the Milky Way world. From this, one could see how terrifying this strength was. This move, Sky Splitter, was derived from the attack of the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi. It was extremely powerful. Yuan Qinqing didn't dare to be careless in the face of the winged tiger's attack. Yuan Qinqing's body shot out like a dragon out of the sea. His body was like a dragon as he violently attacked the winged tiger. Bang! The two sides collided. The winged tiger had shown its terrifying fighting strength. It had unexpectedly blocked Yuan Qinqing's attack. That guy actually blocked the captain's attack. All the older students were dumbstruck. Yuan Qinqing was so strong. In the eyes of the older students, he was almost invincible. But now, a new student had blocked his attack. Even if it was only for a short while, it was enough to shock them. The new students were also shocked. Everybody had the impression that Yuan Qinqing was like a gigantic mountain. They could only look up to him, but they couldn't compete with him. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wasn't defeated so quickly. Lin Feng's strength, indeed, shocked these new students. Of course, these new students didn't think that Lin Feng could persist for too long, because Yuan Qinqing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. A master of this level was too terrifying. His cultivation was close to the Azure Dragon Institute's deacons and elders. How could such a terrifying existence be resisted by a freshman? Therefore, regardless of whether it was the older students or the new students, none of them believed that Lin Feng could hold on for too long. Bang, 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 Yuan Qinqing and Lin Feng's Qiongqi clashed for 36 rounds. Finally, Yuan Qinqing seized the opportunity and blasted Qiongqi away with a single blow. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Qiongqi that Lin Feng had transformed into exploded in midair. Lin Feng's Qiongqi treasure technique was broken by Yuan Qinqing. Although the Qiongqi treasure technique was powerful, Lin Feng had only cultivated it for a short period of time. Until now, he had only cultivated to the second level. Yuan Qinqing's cultivation was too terrifying. His strength had reached the level of 128, 0 million foot. This strength far exceeded Lin Feng's. Therefore, dealing with Yuan Qinqing wasn't an easy task. What a powerful secret technique, but in the end, I still managed to break it. If this is all you have, then it's time for everything to end. Yuan Qinqing sneered. He strode forward. Boom! Yuan Qinqing exploded, his fist aimed at Lin Feng. Devouring martial spirit. Facing Yuan Qinqing's attack, Lin Feng began to circulate his devouring martial spirit, condensing a spatial magnetic field. With Lin Feng as the center, a 10-meter radius of the magnetic field appeared. Waves of powerful energy, fluctuations, surged out. A spatial magnetic field formed in an instant. Within the spatial magnetic field, there was an extremely powerful suction and restraint force. When Yuan Qinqing attacked Lin Feng, he was immediately imprisoned by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field. He instantly realized that his movements had been greatly hindered. Martial spirit. Yuan Qinqing's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange martial spirit. That's right, it's a martial spirit. Yuan Qinqing, eat my fist. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Qinqing. You think you can trap me like this? Yuan Qinqing sneered. This person was too terrifying. Although he was shrouded in the spatial magnetic field and his movements were greatly restricted, he didn't lose his ability to move. Yuan Qinqing punched. Bang! Lin Feng and Yuan Qinqing fiercely collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng was sent flying. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His bones were about to break. Yuan Qinxing jumped up and attacked Lin Feng again. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng once and for all. At that critical moment, Lin Feng activated his second and third devouring martial spirit. The third devouring martial spirit strengthened the spatial magnetic field. A powerful force surged out. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a terrifying suction force. Yuan Qinxing was extremely strong, but under the suppression of the spatial magnetic field formed by the third devouring martial spirit, he couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? Yuan Qinxing's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng took advantage of that opportunity and threw a punch at Yuan Qinxing. Yuan Qinxing was blown away. Oh my God! What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? The captain was sent flying? This can't be real. This can't be real. The older students couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that someone as strong as Yuan Qinxing could be defeated by a new student. All of the freshmen had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Every single one of their faces were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Yuan Qinxing. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Yuan Qinxing, but he hadn't thought that something even more terrifying would happen. Yuan Qinxing's dantian was filled with light. The light illuminated the empty space, and a starry ocean world appeared. In the starry sea realm, stars were smashing down one after another. It was Yuan Qinxing's starry ocean world. It was an extremely rare martial spirit. Yuan Qinxing had activated his starry ocean world. Huge stars fell down towards Lin Feng. Feeling the power of the falling stars, everyone's face was filled with horror. Under the illumination of the starry sky, everyone felt their own insignificance. What a terrifying martial spirit! Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. Lin Feng, you're really strong, but today you'll be defeated by me, said Yuan Qinxing coldly. Shouted Yuan Qinxing icily. He released his spirit, which turned into a river of stars and bombarded Lin Feng. No, you'll be defeated by me, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't hold anything back. Lin Feng started circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. Roar! A deafening roar shook the sky. Behind Lin Feng, an ancient dragonesque elephant appeared. The ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, raised its head, and roared. Bang! Yuan Qinxing's starry ocean world and countless stars were destroyed by the ancient dragonesque elephant's roar. Yuan Qinxing looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He flew back dozens of meters and slammed into a wall. He knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. His face was pale. The ancient dragonesque elephant's roar had dispersed Yuan Qinxing's condensed true qi. Captain was defeated. The seniors couldn't believe their eyes. Swish! Then they looked at the young man, who was bent over and gasping for breath. It was him, a new student. He had defeated Yuan Qinxing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. Chapter 161. I actually lost. Yuan Qinxing muttered in disbelief. He was exhausted and couldn't muster up any strength. However, what was even more unacceptable was that he had lost to Lin Feng, a new student. He was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Yet, he had lost to a new student. No one would believe him if he told others about it, right? At that moment, all the old and new students were speechless. They were still in a state of shock and hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Feng defeating Yuan Qinxing. Senior Yuan, thank you for letting me win. Lin Feng finally felt that he had recovered some strength. He cupped his fists and said, Yuan Qinxing wasn't a sore loser. On the contrary, his willpower was extremely strong. After being defeated by Lin Feng, it had motivated him to continue cultivating. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. My team admits defeat. Yuan Qinxing said, Then the old students handed over their seniors tokens and walked out of the ancient forest. Before leaving, Yuan Qinxing said, "There's another team. That guy isn't easy to deal with. If you only have these methods to deal with me, you won't be able to defeat him. You're on your own." Lin Feng asked, "I wonder who Senior Yuan is talking about?" Yuan Qinxing's lips curled into a gloating smile. "When you see him, you'll know who he is." With that, Yuan Qinxing left with the rest of the old students. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the last team would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Who exactly was that guy? Even someone as strong as Yuan Qinxing had a fearful expression when talking about that person. It was obvious how terrifying that person was to be able to make Yuan Qinxing so fearful. After Yuan Qinxing and the others left, Lin Feng walked towards Long Xiu and the others. "Are you all okay?" Lin Feng asked. "We're fine. Thank you for your help." Long Xiu cupped his fists. "We're all freshmen, so we should help each other." Lin Feng smiled. "Lin Feng, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become so strong." Xiao Yifei walked over and looked at Lin Feng curiously. "Sister Yifei, I didn't expect you to be in this group as well," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng and Xiao Yifei were close friends when they were still in Callan Academy. "It seems like it's going to be difficult for me to surpass you. You're still the same as before, always able to attack other people's confidence." Xianyuan Zhan curled his lips. "Haha, Xianyuan Zhan, you're here too." Lin Feng and Xianyuan Zhan gave each other a bear hug. Meeting an old acquaintance in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment, this feeling was not bad. There was no enmity between him and Xianyuan Zhan. Long Xiu said, "This is the brother Lin Feng you mentioned to me. We went to look for Brother Lin before, but we couldn't find him. We didn't expect Brother Lin to have formed a group as well." Lin Feng said, "Now that we've reached the depths of the ancient forest, 4 out of the 5 groups have been defeated. It seems like there's still one more group, and it's also the strongest one. How about we work together again?" Long Xiu said, "If it wasn't for Brother Lin, we would have been annihilated. If Brother Lin has any orders, we'll definitely obey." "Haha, we're all good brothers. Let's find a place to rest and prepare for the final battle," Lin Feng said. Following that, the group quickly left. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others didn't know that all the new and old students in the forest were in an uproar, because Yuan Qinxing's group had been defeated. Yuan Qinxing was a powerful existence, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list, but he had still been defeated. He had been defeated by a group of new students. Many freshmen and seniors were watching from afar. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Who was it? Who had defeated Yuan Qinxing's group? These guys really need to be taught a lesson. They're gossiping again. A senior looked at the students hiding in the forest with a gloomy expression. Yuan Qinxing looked calm and said, "We've already been defeated. What's wrong with people gossiping? Anyway, we can't lose a piece of meat." The senior smiled and said, "Captain, you're very open-minded." The group of people walked out of the ancient forest under the gaze of countless new and old students. "That's Yuan Qinxing? How is that possible? How could it be Yuan Qinxing? I must be seeing things. This can't be real." Many people shouted in disbelief when they saw Yuan Qinxing. Yuan Qinxing's group was ranked 2nd among the old students. This group was strong enough to defeat any new student, but it had been defeated by a new student. Many people could not believe it. Yuan Qinxing, this is? When Yuan Qinxing's group came out, Helian Changlong asked in disbelief. Yuan Qinxing said, "Vice Principal, we've been defeated." "How did you lose? Who defeated you?" Helian Changlong asked in shock. "Lin Feng." Yuan Qinxing took a deep breath and said, "What? Lin Feng? Lin Feng again? Heavens, ah! Who is that Lin Feng? First, he defeated Wei Li, then Song Zhanyuan, and now Yuan Qinxing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list, has been defeated by him. Many people were shouting in shock. There were old students, new students who had just come out from the assessment, and even the Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Even Helian Changlong sucked in a deep breath. Lin Feng! This was not the first time he had heard this name, but he knew nothing about Lin Feng. "All right, go back and rest," Helian Changlong said. "This disciple will take his leave." Yuan Qinxing and the rest left. Helian Changlong said a few words to an elder beside him and left in a hurry. Helian Changlong directly went to the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute, where an ancient hall stood. "Institute Principal, Changlong requests an audience." Helian Changlong stood outside the hall and respectfully said, "Enter." A dignified voice sounded. Helian Changlong entered the hall and saw a middle-aged cultivator standing in the middle of the hall. This middle-aged cultivator exuded an imposing aura akin to that of a god. This person was the Azure Dragon Institute's headmaster. He had an even more shocking identity. He was an envoy sent over by the ancient Sun Moon City. His background was extremely deep. Helian Changlong bowed and said, "Institute Principal, a terrifying character appeared in this assessment, defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing." "What? Even Yuan Qinxing was defeated? There's such a powerful new student?" Institute Principal Ouyang Jintian was shocked. "That's right. The entire Azure Dragon Institute is in an uproar because of this child," Helian Changlong said. "Let's see who this little boy is," said Lin Feng. As Ouyang Jintian's voice fell, a light flashed in his hand, and in the next moment a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. The bronze mirror flew into the air, and ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. Soon, everything that was happening in the ancient forest appeared on the mirror. Countless scenes flashed past, including the battle between the new students and the old students, the battle between the new students and the fierce beasts, and so on. There were all kinds of scenes showing what was happening in the ancient forest. Finally, the scene stopped at a mountain forest. There were more than 20 new students resting here. Among them, one of the new students was sitting cross-legged on a smooth rock, quietly recovering his exhausted physical strength. "This is Lin Feng." Helian Changlong was shocked. "So young? He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old." Ouyang Jintian took a deep breath and said, "That's right, he is Lin Feng." Out of the 5 senior teams, 4 of them have already been eliminated. I want to see if Lin Feng's team will defeat the 5th team, or if they will be defeated by the 5th team. Chapter 162. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, circulating the archaic dragonesque elephant art to adjust his breathing. Although he had won the battle with Yuan Qinxing, he had used up a lot of his energy. Even with Lin Feng's strong reserves, he still felt tired. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Feng felt that he had almost recovered. He opened his eyes, which flashed with 2 rays of light. Although the battle with Yuan Qinxing had been difficult, he had won in the end. Besides, fighting against strong cultivators like Yuan Qinxing was a great opportunity for Lin Feng to gain battle experience. It would also help him improve his cultivation. The next day, Lin Feng gathered his team and continued to travel into the depths of the ancient forest. His team had a total of 20 people, and they were all outstanding freshmen. Ordinary senior teams would avoid Lin Feng's team when they saw Lin Feng's team, not daring to provoke them. Now that Lin Feng's team had included Long Xiu and the others, they had become even stronger. For senior teams had already been defeated, so ordinary senior teams would naturally avoid them. Lin Feng and the others continued walking and finally arrived in the depths of the forest. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. On top of a mountain peak, a senior looked towards Lin Feng's team. When he saw Lin Feng's team, his mouth curled into a sneer, and he flew towards the mountainside. Halfway up the mountain, there were 10 senior students resting. "Captain, those guys are here," the senior said to a slender and handsome young man. The handsome young man was the most terrifying existence in the freshman assessment. Huang Fuyu, ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. "Haha, they're finally here? I can't wait to see who the kid who defeated Yuan Qinxing is." Some of the seniors suddenly laughed. They all had relaxed expressions on their faces. Obviously, these people did not put Lin Feng's team in their eyes. Or rather, they were too confident in themselves. That was because the people in this team were all experts on the Mountain River list. Moreover, the captain was ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. Although there were only 11 of them, they were enough to defeat any team. These people were confident in themselves. "Let's go and meet them." Huang Fuyu got up and rushed down the mountain. "Captain, once we cross this mountain, we should reach the end of the exam," a freshman said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful, everyone." Yes, everyone nodded. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the forest. Long Shiyu said, "Someone's coming," as soon as Long Shiyu finished speaking. At this moment, 11 people came out of the forest one after another. It was Huang Fuyu and the others. "It's Huang Fuyu. Heavens, why is it him?" "Oh, Huang Fuyu, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list. It is said that he already has 1 foot in the martial general realm. It's over. I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out." It was obvious that quite a few people recognized the terrifying existence known as Huang Fuyu. At this very moment, their faces all turned pale. Yuan Chen was ranked 49th on the Star Mountain River list and was already so powerful it was extremely difficult to deal with him. What more Huang Fuyu? Even Yuan Qinxing. In Huang Fuyu's hands, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. That's Yang Lei, ranked 67th on the Mountain River list. That's Guo Fei, ranked 95th on the Mountain River list. Heavens, they're all ranked on the Mountain River list. Very quickly, everyone realized that the group of seniors in front of them did not only have Huang Fuyu, who was a Mountain River list cultivator. The rest of the people were actually all Mountain River list cultivators. This caused many of the freshmen's faces to turn pale. It was obvious that everyone felt an extremely heavy pressure. Lin Feng said, "What are you afraid of? We've already come this far. If we die, we'll face the sky. If we don't die, we'll live for thousands of years. This is the last fight, so what if we lose? Even if we lose, it will still be a glorious defeat." That's right, the last fight. The rest of the freshmen were also provoked by Lin Feng's words. It's actually Huang Fuyu personally leading the group, and the 10 members are all ranked on the Mountain River list. This group is too terrifying. How can Lin Feng and the rest defeat this group? This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. It attracted many seniors and freshmen. These seniors and freshmen had a tacit understanding. At this moment, they were not fighting together, but hiding in the surrounding forest, nervously observing the situation not far away. Many of them felt that their hearts were about to jump out. "You must be Lin Feng, right? You actually led the group to this point. This is really out of my expectations. Originally, I thought that Yuan Qinxing and the other 4 groups would be able to handle all the freshmen without us needing to do anything. But they failed. Seems like we have to exercise our muscles today." Huang Fuyu said with a smile. "Haha, Captain, against these guys, there's no need for you to do anything. We'll do it," Yang Lei said with a loud laugh. Indeed, even if Huang Fuyu did not do anything, they still had 10 ranked on the Mountain River list. Against Lin Feng's group of 20, it did not seem like a difficult task. To them, in Lin Feng's group, only Lin Feng and Long Shiyu were hard to deal with. The rest were easy to deal with. Huang Fuyu said, "After staying in this broken place for a few days, if I don't move my muscles, my whole body will be stiff. I'll deal with Lin Feng. The rest, I'll leave to you guys. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee that we'll quickly get rid of these guys." The seniors laughed and said, "Brother Long, you go and deal with Yanglei. The rest of you, form groups of 2 and try your best to delay these guys." Lin Feng said, "Yes." Everyone shouted in response and rushed toward the older students. Boom! The battle erupted. The freshmen and seniors were tangled in a chaotic battle. Long Shiyu rushed towards Yanglei, and Lin Feng was fighting against the strongest Huang Fuyu. They're fighting. In the forest, all the students who were watching the battle, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, held their breaths. This was a battle between the freshmen and the seniors. Although both freshmen and seniors thought that Lin Feng's team would definitely be wiped out this time, they were still fighting against Huang Fuyu's team. However, even if they were wiped out, the battle would still be very exciting. "Lin Feng, come and attack me. Use all your skills. Don't hold anything back," said Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Lin Feng could feel the sense of superiority coming from Huang Fuyu's body. Qiong Qi's treasured technique. Lin Feng shouted and used the Qiong Qi's treasured technique. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the sky. The ancient ferocious beast, Winged Tiger, appeared. Lin Feng and Winged Tiger rushed towards Huang Fuyu. Not bad, not bad. It's a very powerful secret technique, but it's still not enough to deal with me. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he pushed out his palm. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided. The tyrannical energy spread out and destroyed everything within a 10-meter radius. Lin Feng's immemorial Qiong Qi was destroyed by Huang Fuyu's palm. The tyrannical energy fiercely shook Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Huang Fuyu, who was ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was too terrifying. He defeated Lin Feng in one move. Bang! Chapter 163. Heavens, this Huang Fuyu is too terrifying. Many of the students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show exclaimed. Lin Feng had defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and even Yuan Qinxing, who was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. His strength was obvious to all, but in the battle with Huang Fuyu, he was sent flying in the first clash. Huang Fuyu's strength was too terrifying, causing everyone to feel deeply shocked. Lin Feng took a deep breath and activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, suppressing the terrifying energy that was wreaking havoc in his body. Huang Fuyu was indeed too strong, giving Lin Feng a lot of pressure. In the previous clash, Lin Feng could almost feel Huang Fuyu's strength. This person should be a martial master of the 10th layer. His strength had reached the level of 254 million. This level of expert was too terrifying. Lin Feng did not find it strange that Huang Fuyu was able to break his attack in an instant. To be able to withstand my attack, not bad. Huang Fuyu walked over step by step. Lin Feng felt a huge pressure from Huang Fuyu's body. However, the pressure was his motivation. Boom! Lin Feng stepped forward, the battle intent in his body soaring to the heavens. What a strong battle intent! This Lin Feng is also extremely terrifying. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Some of the older students exclaimed. To be able to defeat Yuan Qinxing is naturally terrifying. But against Huang Fuyu, there is still a big gap. There were also some older students who said so. Yes, Huang Fuyu is too strong. Within 10 moves, he can probably defeat Lin Feng. However, to be able to withstand 10 moves from Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng will be defeated honorably. One of the senior students continued. Obviously, in the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu, no one thought that Lin Feng could win, because Huang Fuyu was simply too powerful. Qi condensation? Sensing Lin Feng's increasingly powerful battle intent, Huang Fuyu's face revealed a trace of astonishment. He then laughed coldly and said, "Even if you know how to condense your qi, it's useless against me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my fist-suppressing mountains and rivers." As his voice fell, Huang Fuyu directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, Huang Fuyu displayed a very powerful fist technique. Martial arts could suppress heaven and earth. His fists could suppress mountains and rivers. As soon as the fist suppresses the mountains and rivers was executed, a terrifying pressure filled the void. Fist suppressing mountains and rivers, destroying worlds. Once the divine fist was unleashed, it was invincible. Huang Fuyu had the aura of shattering the world with a single punch. That punch enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if millions upon millions of sacred mountains were crushing down on him. That terrifying pressure made it almost impossible for him to move. He could only allow Huang Fuyu's fist to fiercely smash into his body. Not good, Captain is in danger. Long Shiyu and the rest's faces changed. Even though they were separated by a distance, they could still feel the terrifying power of Huang Fuyu's attack. They were worried for Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu was truly too powerful. He was so powerful that it was almost impossible to fight against him. Take care of yourself first. The older students sneered, each wave of attacks stronger than the previous one. On the side of the freshmen, it was 2 against 1. But compared to the older students on the Mountain River list, there was still a huge gap. Even if the 2 of them joined hands to fight against one of the older students, they were still suppressed to the point that they did not have the strength to retaliate. His defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu's battle had also reached a critical juncture. Huang Fuyu's fist-suppressing mountains and rivers was truly too powerful. It had locked onto Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng to feel an immense pressure. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field. Boom! With Lin Feng as the center, a spatial magnetic field was congealed. Within a radius of 12 meters, a powerful suction force surged out and enveloped Huang Fuyu, greatly suppressing Huang Fuyu and restricting his movements. What is this technique? It's quite mysterious. Huang Fuyu was surprised. However, Huang Fuyu's strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field had greatly restricted Huang Fuyu's movements, Huang Fuyu was still able to move freely, although his speed was slightly reduced. However, his speed was still very fast. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate. He continued to activate the second and third devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field, triple superposition. Boom boom! When the 3 spatial magnetic fields were superposed together, the restrictive power of the spatial magnetic field was displayed to the extreme. Even if it was Huang Fuyu, his movements were also greatly restricted. Back then, Lin Feng's 3 empty space magnetic fields had made it difficult for Yuan Qinxing to move. But now Huang Fuyu's 3 empty space magnetic fields had slowed him down, but he could still move. He walked towards Lin Feng and said icily, "Indeed, you're a terrifying cultivator. No wonder Yuan Qinxing was defeated by you back then. But if you think you can defeat me with that, you won't be able to do it." Huang Fuyu had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, and a terrifying punch was thrown towards Lin Feng. "Wind rises, clouds soar," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He had also attacked. In the forest, a strong wind was blowing. "The wind is rising." Many people cried out in alarm. "Look over there." Some people pointed towards the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. A hurricane swept over and instantly tore the trees and rocks that were enveloped by the hurricane into pieces. Then, the hurricane rushed towards Huang Fuyu. In a flash, the hurricane swallowed Huang Fuyu whole. "Break!" shouted Huang Fuyu loudly. That terrifying hurricane was actually dispersed by Huang Fuyu's roar. Huang Fuyu was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's great covering the heavens hand was ready to attack Huang Fuyu. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu were once again colliding violently. Crack, crack! That tyrannical strength spread out, and the ground cracked. Cracks appeared all around the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. Everyone's faces were filled with incomparable shock. How terrifying was the power that spread out to cause such a terrifying destructive power? After the second collision with Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying strength enter his body. It was like a flood that wanted to tear him apart. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Huang Fuyu's attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient dragonesque elephant formula, which was considered the #1 godly technique of the immemorial era. His body was even stronger than a demon's body. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to withstand that terrifying strength. Then he used the ancient dragonesque elephant formula to dissolve that terrifying strength again. You really surprised me, but now it's time to end it. Huang Fuyu was astonished when he saw that Lin Feng had managed to withstand his crushing mountains and rivers fist. But then his face turned cold. Huang Fuyu took a step forwards and threw an even more terrifying punch at Lin Feng. Chapter 164. Huang Fuyu was too terrifying. Lin Feng's great heaven-covering hand was unable to injure Huang Fuyu. This was enough to show how strong Huang Fuyu was. Now Huang Fuyu attacked again. This time his attack was even more powerful and terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel suffocated. Apart from Lin Feng, who was in big trouble, the others were also in big trouble. Wu Ming and another new student called Sun Yu were besieging a senior student. However, their attacks were being countered by the senior student. The senior student seized the opportunity and attacked with 2 palms. Asterisk bang bang, asterisk Wu Ming, and Sun Yu were immediately sent flying. Their true qi was scattered, and they no longer had the strength to fight. As for Huang Lei and Huang Linger, they were also completely suppressed by a senior student. That senior student took advantage of the gap between the two of them to rush forward and send Huang Lei flying with a punch. Following that, he sent Huang Linger flying with a palm strike. Huang Lei and Huang Linger also lost their ability to fight. The new students were constantly being defeated. Although the new students had more people, and each of them was besieging a senior student. The strength of these seniors was too terrifying. Even though they were fighting 1 against 2, they were still relaxed. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk a series of muffled sounds of collision were heard, accompanied by painful groans. Then the new students were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their true qi was scattered, and they lost the ability to fight. In the blink of an eye, 14 new students were defeated. Long Shiyu, Yan Gan, Xianyuan Zhan, Xiao Yifei, and the others were also struggling. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The gap between them is too big. Many students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show shook their heads when they saw the new students being defeated by the seniors. Huang Fuyu's team was too strong. It was not something the new students could compete with. Now, everyone was looking at Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. The battle between the two of them had reached a critical moment. Huang Fuyu attacked once again. His palm blasted towards Lin Feng. Obviously, Huang Fuyu wanted to finish off Lin Feng quickly. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng felt the terror of Huang Fuyu's attack. His expression was very dignified. In order to deal with Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng had already used the triple spatial magnetic field and the great heaven-covering hand. But Huang Fuyu had still easily neutralized his attacks. Lin Feng knew that it was too difficult to defeat Huang Fuyu. Now, Lin Feng felt a deep pressure from Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was like an insurmountable mountain. That terrifying attack carried with it a terrifying aura that could destroy everything as it blasted down in an instant. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Let's fight! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He began to madly circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Boom! The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated. The shadow of the Archean dragonesque elephant condensed behind Lin Feng's back. In Buddhism, dragonesque elephant meant the supreme god of power. The Archean dragonesque elephant destroyed everything with its terrifying power. In the myths and legends, it was said that the Archean dragonesque elephant stood in the starry sky and could destroy a galaxy with a single punch. From this, one could see how terrifying the Archean dragonesque elephant's power was. Now, Lin Feng had condensed the Archean dragonesque elephant. Roar! The Archean dragonesque elephant roared and swung its giant fist towards Huang Fuyu. What secret skill is this? Huang Fuyu's expression changed when he felt the terrifying aura from the Archean dragonesque elephant's body. He naturally felt the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow. This was Lin Feng's most powerful technique. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was the #1 forbidden theurgy of the Archean era. Once this forbidden theurgy was used, it could cause an extremely terrifying attack. Bang! The Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow and Huang Fuyu clashed fiercely. The terrifying energy dissipated, and the mountains in the distance were shaken by the terrifying energy and collapsed. Even though there was a long distance between them, everyone could feel the suffocating aura. Kill! Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art with all his might. The Archean dragonesque elephant and Lin Feng merged into one. The power of the Archean dragonesque elephant was completely infused into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu clashed together. The tyrannical energy shockwaves swept out, and a large area of the forest was destroyed. Heavens, that guy! He actually fought with Huang Fuyu for more than 10 rounds without being defeated. All the new and old students cried out in disbelief. Huang Fuyu! He was a powerful existence, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng was just a new student. Originally, everyone thought that within 10 rounds, Lin Feng would be defeated by Huang Fuyu. But now, both sides had already clashed for more than 10 rounds, and Lin Feng was still not defeated. This gave everyone a huge shock. Bang, 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 the earth shook. The destructive power of the two's battle was too great. The earth sank, the mountains and rivers crumbled. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Feng extended his hand and grabbed a 1,000-meter tall mountain. He pulled it up and smashed it towards Huang Fuyu. Break! Huang Fuyu roared and punched out, shattering the mountain peak. Lin Feng, it's time to end this. I'll show you my strongest attack, said Lin Feng furiously. Huang Fuyu shouted coldly. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from Huang Fuyu's dantian. Everyone saw a strange scene being projected from Huang Fuyu's dantian. A vast body of water appeared in the void. At the end of the vast ocean, a bright moon slowly rose into the sky. See, rising moon. This was Huang Fuyu's martial soul. This was an extremely rare and terrifying martial soul. Even in the glorious immemorial era, a martial soul like the sea, rising bright moon could be considered a top martial soul. Lin Feng had experienced by Xuanyang's sea, rising Sunday. It was also a terrifying martial soul. The sun and the moon were opposites, but they complemented each other. However, it was obvious that Huang Fuyu's martial soul was many times stronger than Bai Xuanyang's martial soul. This was because Huang Fuyu was too strong. Bai Xuanyang was no match for him. Heavens, see rising moon. Huang Fuyu is being forced to this extent by Lin Feng. Lin Feng is going to lose. He can't resist Huang Fuyu's see rising moon. Many of the older students roared. Rumble. See rising moon. The moon shone over the mountains and rivers. That moon was descending from the sky and moving straight towards Lin Feng to oppress him. A terrifying power poured out, as if a huge ancient mountain was pressing down on his body. The moon hadn't completely suppressed him. Lin Feng was almost defeated. Huang Fuyu's martial soul was too strong. Devouring martial soul. Lin Feng crazily circulated his 3 devouring martial souls. In his dantian, the 3 black holes formed by the devouring martial souls spun crazily. It was at this moment that a terrifying scene appeared. Rumble! The three devouring martial souls merged into one and flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. They floated above Lin Feng and turned into a huge black hole. It was like a black hole in the universe that could devour everything. When Huang Fuyu's rising bright moon arrived, the bright moon was swallowed by Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. No, impossible. What martial soul is that? Huang Fuyu couldn't believe his eyes. Devouring martial soul, devouring everything. Lin Feng sneered in response. In the next moment, he stepped out, shrinking the ground into an inch. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Fuyu and punched out. Bang! Huang Fuyu couldn't dodge in time. The punch ruthlessly landed on Huang Fuyu's chest. Huang Fuyu felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew out 10 meters and directly broke a mountain. His body slid down. His face was as pale as paper. His true qi was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. He no longer had the strength to fight. How is this possible? Huang Fuyu was actually defeated. Everyone roared in disbelief. Huang Fuyu, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was actually defeated. Countless shocked gazes looked at the handsome young man who was panting heavily with his hands on his hips. Even a terrifying existence like Huang Fuyu was no match for him. How strong was he? Chapter 165. Defeated. Huang Fuyu was actually defeated. In the main hall, Helian Changlong saw the scene in the bronze mirror and exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing was already shocking enough. But now, even the 27th ranked Huang Fuyu was defeated. This was too terrifying. Institute Principal Ouyang Jintian took a deep breath and said, I really did not expect such a genius to appear in this batch of new students. Indeed, he's too strong. Even Huang Fuyu is not his opponent. In the future, this brat will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Helian Changlong said. Even the top 5 is possible. Ouyang Jintian said. Captain was actually defeated. All the older students muttered in disbelief. They were fully aware of Huang Fuyu's strength, but it was precisely because they knew how strong Huang Fuyu was. At this moment, watching Huang Fuyu being defeated by Lin Feng, they were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. This guy actually defeated Huang Fuyu. Xianyuan Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the battle with the older students, he and another new student were unable to withstand the older students' thunderous attacks and were defeated. Following that, a shocking scene occurred. Huang Fuyu was defeated by Lin Feng. Who else? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over the remaining 10 older students. These 10 older students were all experts on the Mountain River list. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. This battle, we lost. This is the older student token. Huang Fuyu struggled to stand up, throwing his older student token to Lin Feng. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You deserve it, said Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu said with a complicated expression. Before this, Huang Fuyu would never have believed that he would be defeated by a new student. This is the older student token. The other older students also took out their tokens. Let's go. Huang Fuyu led the group away. Heavens, this Lin Feng is too terrifying. Even Huang Fuyu is not his opponent. Huang Fuyu's defeat will surely shake the Azure Dragon Institute. Everyone, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, were discussing animatedly. 6 hours later, Huang Fuyu's group walked out of the crouching Dragon Ridge. Heavens, is that Huang Fuyu? Huang Fuyu and the others have also come out? Did they lose as well? How is this possible? Huang Fuyu is ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How can he lose to a new student? Whether it was the students, teachers, or even the Azure Dragon Institute's elders and attendants, everyone was discussing fervently, looking at Huang Fuyu, who was walking out step by step, even if he couldn't accept it. But this was the truth. There was only one reason why Huang Fuyu and the others had walked out of the ancient forest, and that was because they had been defeated. Whoosh whoosh, two figures flew over from afar. They were none other than the Azure Dragon Institute's principal, Ouyang Jintian, and the Genius Barracks vice principal, Helian Changlong. Greetings, Chief. Everyone saluted Ouyang Jintian. No need to be so courteous. Ouyang Jintian waved his hand. Greetings, Prefecture Lord. Huang Fuyu and the others walked up and bowed. I already know what happened in the ancient forest. All of you can go back and rest. Ouyang Jintian said, Yes, this disciple will take his leave. Huang Fuyu and the others left. Ouyang Jintian closed his eyes and rested. Many people were shocked. A peerless genius must have appeared in this assessment. Otherwise, how could the prefecture lord personally come? An elder inquired, Huang Fuyu, who did it? Huang Fuyu took a deep breath and answered, Lin Feng. With that said, he left with the rest of the group. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lin Feng, it's actually Lin Feng again. How terrifying is this Lin Feng? Even Huang Fu, you wasn't his opponent. Many people exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng, this name, again and again, shook everyone's heart. The new disciple assessment had yet to end, but Lin Feng's name had already spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Did you hear? Even Huang Fuyu was defeated? What? Huang Fuyu was defeated? How is that possible? There's a new disciple that can defeat Huang Fuyu? It's that Lin Feng who defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing, and now he defeated Huang Fuyu. Heavens ah! Isn't this Lin Feng a little too terrifying? He's just a new disciple, yet he defeated Huang Fuyu, ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How strong is this guy's cultivation? Haha! Next year, when the Mountain River list is re-ranked, there will be a good show to watch. I think that Lin Feng will rise to the top of the Mountain River list, but who knows who will be pushed down. Those freaks at the top of the Mountain River list will probably be depressed that such a powerful new disciple actually appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute. The entire Azure Dragon Institute, whether it was the outer division, the Genius Barracks, the dining hall, the dormitory, or any corner of the campus, whether it was students, teachers, administrators, or elders, they were all talking about Lin Feng defeating Huang Fuyu. Even the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen was talking about this matter. The fire Qilin, who was secretly eating in the kitchen, jumped up when it heard the chef's discussion, muttering, This guy is actually so fierce. I heard that Huang Fuyu was a 10th heavenly layer martial master, yet he was still defeated by this brat. Looks like this brat's cultivation must have advanced by leaps and bounds. After muttering to himself, the fire Qilin continued to lie on the floor, gnawing on a pig's shoulder. Hearing the commotion, several chefs took out their kitchen knives and quietly came to the corner where the fire Qilin was hiding. You dog thing, you actually came here to steal food again. Today, I'll chop you up to go with my wine. Several chefs pounced on the fire Qilin. Recently, a kitchen thief had appeared in the kitchen, because every day there would be a lot of things missing from the kitchen. No one knew who was eating them. These chefs had just finished cooking, but in the blink of an eye, they could disappear. These chefs searched for a long time before finally finding the culprit. His mother, a dragon in the shallows, is being toyed with by a shrimpa. To think that in the past this grandpa was also an invincible character in the 3,000 prefectures. Yet today I've fallen to the point of being chased and beaten by several chefs. I'm going to run. The fire Qilin jumped up, skillfully dodging the several chefs' attacks, jumping out the window, disappearing from sight. Time flowed by. 3 days later, the new disciple assessment ended. The top 30 students with the most outstanding results successfully entered the Azure Dragon Institute's Genius Barracks. But the Azure Dragon Institute did not lower their focus on the new disciples just because the new disciple assessment ended. Countless people were still discussing who exactly Lin Feng was. He actually defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, Yuan Qinqing, and Huang Fuyu for famous mountain river list senior students. Chapter 166. The Genius Barracks was located in the deepest part of the Azure Dragon Institute, completely separated from the outer division. Lin Feng, Long Xiu, Yan Gan, Shen Yuanzhan, Xiao Yifei, and the rest who had excellent results in the new disciple assessment had successfully joined the Genius Barracks. A group of people headed to the Genius Barracks to report. The Genius Barracks was located at the highest peak. How long has it been? You're already as fat as a ball. I heard there's a kitchen thief in the Azure Dragon Institute recently. Could it be you? Lin Feng glared at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin pouted. Your damn devil beads swallowed all my god force. Of course I have to eat and drink to replenish my energy. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark in the Fire Qilin's words. It was obviously a glutton, yet it made it sound so fresh and refined. Lin Feng only wanted to say to the Fire Qilin, "You're really shameless." Lin Feng, what are you mumbling behind us? Xiao Yifei turned around to look at Lin Feng, who was lagging behind. Lin Feng smiled. It's nothing. The Fire Qilin also obediently shut its mouth, following behind Lin Feng. Everyone felt a little strange that Lin Feng had such a pet following him. Huang Linger asked, Lin Feng, what kind of pet is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Lin Feng blushed with shame. This was a divine beast, a Fire Qilin. In the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents, there was probably only one. Moreover, it was a Fire Qilin that had shrunk to 1 meter in size. Of course, you haven't seen it before. Ayo! The Fire Qilin growled at Huang Linger. Obviously, Huang Linger's way of addressing it had provoked the Fire Qilin's dissatisfaction. Looking at the Fire Qilin's ferocious appearance, Huang Linger's face paled. This little thing didn't look like a threat, so why was she so afraid? Huang Linger was also baffled by this point. Soon, the group reached the top of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large platform that looked like it was carved out by a blade. This was the Genius Barracks encampment. On the platform were layers upon layers of palaces. At this moment, many senior students had gathered at the entrance of the Genius Camp. The older students also looked curiously at Lin Feng and the others. The Blood Dragon Gang is here. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. More than 20 senior students rushed over from afar. All of them were wearing blood-red robes. They were the elites of the Blood Dragon Gang. The person in the lead was a handsome young man. It's the 9th elder of the Blood Dragon Society, Su Haotsong. Someone said in surprise. Su Haotsong had an extraordinary position in the Genius Camp. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a spirit array master. In the Azure Dragon Institute, a spirit array master status was 1 level higher than others. The Blood Dragon Gang's people looked coldly at Lin Feng's group after they arrived. Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng. A member of the Blood Dragon Gang pointed at Lin Feng. Su Haotsong glanced at Lin Feng and revealed a sinister expression. The people of Wind Snow School are here. At this time, another commotion came from afar. More than 10 female students walked over, led by 2 extremely beautiful women. One of them was Su Zimo's cousin, Lung Qiushuang, while the other was Shueziao. Both of them were upper echelons of Wind Snow School. The Wind Snow School only recruited female students and was also one of the 5 major forces in the Genius Camp. Look, the Drizzle Building's people are here. Someone shouted again. A group of people walked over from afar, and the one in the lead was a woman with a sword. That woman had picturesque features, a delicate figure, creamy skin, and rippling eyes. Such a delicate beauty. But her origin was extraordinary. This woman was called Zhou Yingying, and her brother Zhou Xiu was the founder of the Drizzle Building. The Wild Tiger Gang's Yuan Qinqing is here. Someone shouted again. Yuan Qinqing had participated in this year's assessment. As the leader of one of the 5 inner courtyard teams, Yuan Qinqing had lost to Lin Feng. However, this didn't make him feel discouraged. On the contrary, it ignited his fighting spirit. The lightning heaven sects Zhao Wu and the others are here. Someone pointed in the distance. More than a dozen older students were approaching. The leader of the group was Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was tall and burly, giving people a visual impact. There were many groups in the genius camp, big and small. But the most powerful groups were the Blood Dragon Gang, the Wind Snow School, the Drizzle Building, the Wild Tiger Gang, and the Lightning Heaven Sect. These 5 forces were not only established by the students, but they also had the support of the various clans and forces of the real Wushu country behind them. It was the first time that all 5 groups had come on the day of the Genius Camp. "Haha, Brother Lin, welcome to the Genius Camp," Yuan Qinqing said with a smile. "Brother Yuan." Lin Feng clasped his fists. "So this is Brother Lin? Old Zhao, I've heard a lot about you." Zhao Wu laughed and walked over, as if he knew Lin Feng very well. "Lin Feng?" "The Blood Dragon Gang's Su Haotsong." The 9th elder of the Blood Dragon Gang, Su Haotsong, also walked over and greeted Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I heard that you train in sword techniques. You can come to my Drizzle building for an exchange. I have 72 types of sword techniques here." Zhou Ying said. "Lin Feng, welcome to the Genius Camp." Lung Qiushuang also walked over. The Genius Camp's 5 big groups were trying their best to rope in Lin Feng. None of the students found it strange. Lin Feng had defeated the 27th ranked Huang Fuyu of the Mountain River list. Naturally, he was the center of attention. To be able to recruit Lin Feng as one of their subordinates, it would definitely be a huge boost to their own power. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Lin Feng clasped his fists and replied politely. "All right, everyone, make way. The new students still need to report." A loud and clear voice came out. Following that, a man who looked like an iron tower walked over. Seeing this man, many students shrunk their necks in fear. This was the head instructor of the Genius Camp's martial arts practice courtyard. All the students of the Genius Camp had suffered at the hands of this head instructor. This was to the point that the head instructor of the Genius Camp, Fenggang, was given the nickname of Black Rakshasa by others. "This is the head instructor of the martial arts practice courtyard," Yuan Qinqing whispered. Lin Feng nodded. "Follow me." Fenggang glanced at Lin Feng and the others, then turned and walked inside. "Let's talk another day." Lin Feng clasped his fists and followed behind Fenggang with Long Shiyu and the others. Many people started to disperse. "Senior brother, Guizifei, I'm afraid that Nailin Kuin's disappearance is related to this brat." A member of the Blood Dragon Gang whispered to Su Haotsong. "I already know about this matter. Tomorrow, invite him to the Broken Enchantment. I will personally talk to him. It's best if he understands the situation. Otherwise, at this point, a cold killing intent appeared in Su Haotsong's eyes. Chapter 167. Lin Feng and the rest followed Fenggang to settle the check-in procedures. From today onwards, they would be training in the Genius Barracks. There were 3,000 students in the Genius Barracks. All of them were powerful, and this place was a place for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, some of the students were extremely low profile and did not participate in the Mountain River list rankings. But that did not mean that they were not strong enough. The Genius Barracks had the most complete training system, including the training of martial arts. There was also the Alchemy Hall, the Spirit Array Hall, and the Weapon Refining Hall, the 3 auxiliary professions for the students to choose from. The vast 3,000 prefectures. Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists had extremely high statuses. Although weapon refiners could not compare to Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists, they were still respected. To become a Spirit Array Master or Alchemist was not an easy task, as there was an extremely harsh requirement for Spirit Force. Weapon refiners, on the other hand, did not have such requirements. In the Genius Barracks, there were over 100 Spirit Array apprentices and alchemist apprentices. but there were only a few true spirit array masters and alchemists. To transform from a spirit array apprentice or alchemist apprentice to a spirit array master or alchemist apprentice was not an easy task. And the benefits that the disciples of the genius barracks received were extremely astonishing. Every one of them could receive 50 great dragon pills every month to train, and if they wanted to obtain more great dragon pills or other training resources, they could use points to exchange for them. Every day, the genius barracks would give out missions, and by accepting missions and completing them, they would be able to obtain points. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the dormitory, some of them rested, while others left the dormitory to visit the genius barracks, while Lin Feng and Fire Qilin walked towards the spirit array hall. I feel that you should give up on spirit arrays and follow me to learn alchemy. I guarantee that I can nurture you into the greatest alchemist in the 3,000 prefectures. Fire Qilin twitched its mouth and said, "Were you very powerful in the past?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, that year in the Sacred Sky Region's Alchemist Assembly, I was in the limelight." Fire Qilin said proudly, but thinking about his current state, he could not help but sigh. "It's all because of your damned demonic pearl that I am in this state. Sooner or later I will eat it." Fire Qilin had a fierce look. He continued, "How about it? Do you want to learn alchemy? Of course I have to learn them. But the most important thing right now is to improve my skills in spiritual arrays. Although alchemy can allow me to concoct all kinds of precious pills, it can't provide me with a powerful fighting ability." Lin Feng said, "Damn, perhaps this is the main reason why alchemists are always lower in status than spirit array masters." The Fire Qilin said indignantly. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived at the Spirit Array Master Hall. The Spirit Array Master Palace was a huge palace with 3 floors. Currently, Lin Feng's Spirit Array Master level had stopped at yellow rank, initial rank, and high rank. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need to learn more advanced spirit array techniques. Clearly, the Jialan Academy did not have this kind of high-grade array formation, but the Azure Dragon Institute probably had it. The Spirit Array Master Hall was very spacious. The first floor was where students learned. The second and third floors were where spirit array techniques were placed. Lin Feng arrived at the second floor. At the entrance of the second floor, there was a gigantic door made of energy, which blocked Lin Feng's way. "Damn, this is the Soul Force Gate. Only those who have reached a certain level of soul force can enter. To this uncle, this is child's play." The Fire Qilin curled its lips. Although this guy's god force had been sucked dry by the devil bead, his soul force was still there. Lin Feng tried to pass through the soul force gate and entered with ease. He said, "Once you reach yellow rank, and initial rank, you should be able to enter." The Fire Qilin said, "It should be a method set up by those spirit array master apprentices. If one doesn't have enough soul power to touch a high-level spirit array technique, it will greatly damage one's soul source. At the same time, this gate of soul power can also act as a sensor. If someone tries to force their way through the gate of soul power, they will definitely be discovered by the other guardians. You're not a spirit array master, so isn't this considered trespassing?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "That's right. I'm happy to." The Fire Qilin swaggered inside. This guy, Lin Feng, was quite speechless. He shook his head helplessly and walked inside. He saw that the second floor of the hall was filled with cupboards. Every cupboard was sealed by the Soul Force Gate. There were all kinds of spirit array techniques in the cupboards. Yellow rank, initial rank, fireball technique. Condense 12 spirit inscriptions to form a fireball. The fireball's explosion can cause great damage. Yellow rank, initial rank, clear water technique. Condense 15 spirit inscriptions to create clear water out of thin air. Yellow rank, intermediate rank, imperial sky technique. Condense 26 spirit inscriptions to perform the imperial sky technique. You can control all kinds of objects from a distance and make them float in the air. Lin Feng looked at the dazzling array of spirit array techniques and was full of joy. His current spirit array techniques were all learned from Sun Tiantu. Many of the spirit array techniques were simple auxiliary spirit array techniques. For example, Lin Feng's body cleansing technique was to clean the filth on his body. As for attack-type spiritual array techniques, he had only trained in 2 types. One was the Great Azure Dragon Array, and the other was the Great Sword Ocean Array. However, these 2 types could not be called spiritual array techniques, but spiritual arrays. Spirit Array. It was a large array set up by a spirit array master with the help of various materials. Once the large array was activated, it could cause great damage. For example, when he had set up the Great Azure Dragon Array, Lin Feng had used dozens of array materials to set it up successfully. This required him to prepare the materials in advance and set it up in advance. As for spirit array techniques, they were a kind of offensive method. As long as he circulated his soul force, he would be able to set it up very quickly. It was like using a martial art and could be quickly used to kill the enemy. Relatively speaking, spirit array techniques were more favored by spirit array masters. This was because spirit array techniques could be used in many situations, but spirit arrays required a lot of effort to set up in advance. Once a sudden battle broke out, spirit arrays would not be needed. This was what most spirit array masters thought, but Lin Feng did not think so. When he had first come into contact with spirit arrays, Sun Tiantu had once said, "Spirit arrays are the foundation of a spirit array master. Only by learning complex spirit arrays can one build a solid foundation. When one's foundation is solid, it will be much easier to learn spirit array techniques." "Lin Feng, take a look over here," the Fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng walked over and looked at the closet that the Fire Qilin was pointing at. Yellow rank, initial stage, Peak Great Array, Great Black Tortoise Array. A total of 72 spirit inscriptions are formed. Once successfully condensed, it can create the most powerful defensive power. Chapter 168. This was a basic array. It was not a spirit array technique. If one wanted to break through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, they naturally had to cultivate basic arrays first. For example, the Azure Dragon Array, the Sword Sea Array, and the Black Tortoise Array. When one broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, one could cultivate this level of spirit array technique. "This is the basic array I need." Lin Feng smiled. He reached out to grab the book on the Black Tortoise formation. Buzz! In a flash, the deployment marks on the wardrobe intertwined and turned into a terrifying wave of energy, blocking Lin Feng's path. The soul power seal on the cabinet was very shocking and bounced away Lin Feng's hand. This Black Tortoise Array was a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. Then, the soul power seal in the cabinet should be a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. "Your soul power doesn't seem to be enough," Fire Qilin said. "Nonsense, I felt it long ago." Lin Feng curled his lips. He focused his mind. Then he reached out his right hand for the second time. This time, the soul power seal on the cabinet only resisted for a moment. Lin Feng's right hand successfully passed through the soul power seal and took out the Black Tortoise Array. Success! Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Fire Qilin muttered, "Your soul power is growing really fast. It hasn't been long since you broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, and advanced spirit array master. You really can't compare yourself to others. If other spirit array masters knew about your cultivation speed, wouldn't they be depressed to death?" Cough, cough. At this moment, coughing sounds came from the end of the passage. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were shocked and turned to look. At the end of the passageway, a skinny old man in a black robe had appeared out of nowhere. That old man was squinting his turbid eyes and looking over. Fire Qilin suddenly felt his hair stand on end. When did this old man appear? He actually did notice. This made Fire Qilin's hair stand on end. Disciple Lin Feng greets Senior. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng quickly recovered and bowed to the old man. The mysterious black-robed old man walked in front of Lin Feng and looked at Fire Qilin with a hint of surprise, as if he was wondering what kind of spirit beast Fire Qilin was. The old man quickly stopped looking at Lin Feng. He stretched out his skinny right hand and took the black tortoise deployment spell from Lin Feng's hand. The black tortoise deployment spell is not suitable for breaking through to a higher cultivation level. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Feng clasped his hands. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're young, but your soul power is astonishing. The black tortoise array only has 72 spiritual marks. You should know that every time you break through, your soul power will greatly increase. The increase in your soul power has a lot to do with the array you use to break through. The stronger the array you use to break through, the more your soul power will increase after you break through. In the long run, the difference between using an ordinary array to break through and using a top-notch array is unimaginable. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I've been looking for a long time, but I only found this black tortoise array." Lin Feng said. The old man took out a yellow scroll from his sleeve and gave it to Lin Feng. "The Great Formation of Heavenly Spirits and Earthly Fiends," Lin Feng exclaimed. "The Big Dipper has 36 spiritual inscriptions, and the Earth Fiend has 72 spiritual inscriptions. If you use the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend array to break through, your soul power will be at least 3 times that of a spirit array master of the same level," the old man said. Lin Feng gasped. It was as the old man had said. If he used the black tortoise array to break through, it was made up of 72 spiritual marks. On the other hand, the celestial spirit array had 216 spiritual marks, a difference of 3 times. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Lin Feng thanked the old man. "You don't have to thank me in a hurry. Do you know why many people would rather choose an ordinary array to break through than a high-level one?" the old man suddenly asked. "Because they don't have a high-level one." Lin Feng thought for a moment before answering. Slap. The old man slapped Lin Feng's head. Then he said angrily, "You're unteachable." Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He really didn't know. The old man took a deep breath and said, "It seems like you haven't been in contact with spirit arrays for long, so it's normal that you don't know." Lin Feng fell helpless. "If you think so, why did you hit me?" This slap of his was really unjust. It's because the degree of danger is different. If you're able to break through an ordinary basic array, such as the black tortoise array, then the difficulty of cultivating the heavenly spirit earth terminus array will increase by at least 3 times. However, the cultivation of spiritual arrays involves the soul. If there's a mistake during cultivation, it will cause great harm to the soul. Throughout history, there have been countless spiritual array masters who harmed their souls while cultivating spiritual arrays. In the end, the consequences were very serious. They suffered a backlash and could no longer cultivate. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder spirit array masters would choose to cultivate an ordinary array to break through. The first reason was that it was hard to obtain a high-grade array. To begin with, a spirit array master's basic array or spirit array technique was extremely rare. Even a big force like the Azure Dragon Institute didn't have many. Moreover, some high-grade arrays were even harder to find. Of course, the main reason was the second reason. Just as the old man said, cultivating a high-grade array would cause too much damage. After all, a spirit array master was only a supporting profession. Cultivation was the foundation. For a supporting profession, one would risk the possibility of destroying one's cultivation. Who else could it be? Most likely, they wouldn't be willing to do such a thing. What, scared? The old man's lips curled into a cold sneer. There was also a faint trace of disappointment. Lin Feng said, "Scared? I'm scared. Isn't it just 3 times the danger? To me, it's not a problem at all." Lin Feng raised his head to look at the old man again. He found that the old man had disappeared without a trace. How did he disappear? Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Disappearing into thin air, wasn't that too scary? The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, "What's the big deal? If my god force wasn't swallowed by the devil bead, this kind of trick would be child's play to me. Stop bragging, let's go." Lin Feng put the heavenly spirits, earthly fiends array into his robes. *CK, I've never bragged. Back in the day, I beat up a primal chaos ancestor in the depths of chaos, stepped on a 9-headed devil dragon at the peak of the blue sea, and kicked down an ancient holy land's holy lord with a single kick in the middle holy land. I've done countless earth-shattering things. AI, stinky brat, don't walk so fast. Listen to me, I'm not bragging. Chapter 169. The new students had 10 days to adapt to the new environment. During that time, they weren't allowed to participate in the cultivation of the geniuses. Instead, they were allowed to understand everything about the geniuses' camp, including the structure of the geniuses' camp, the details of each courtyard, the history of the geniuses' camp, and so on. After Lin Feng went back, he locked himself in his room and told Long Xiu and the others not to disturb him. The fire Qilin said, "That old man is playing tricks. He wouldn't have given you an incomplete basic formation, would he? Be careful of failing and turning into an idiot." Bang! Lin Feng sent the fire Qilin flying with a kick. The fire Qilin roared in anger. "Are you bullying me because I don't have any god force? Truly, when a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dog Za." Lin Feng scolded. "Speaking such depressing words at such a critical moment, I'll stew you next time." The fire Qilin was indignant. "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Just shut up or go back to being a kitchen thief." Lin Feng said, "That's a really good idea." After hearing you say that, the gluttonous bug immediately came out. The fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and ran out with a swoosh, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng began to mourn for the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen. Wherever the fire Qilin went, there would be chaos. Everyone would shout and beat him. This guy was a complete disaster. If it weren't for the devil bead devouring his god force, who knew how many things would have happened? After the fire Qilin left, Lin Feng began to prepare to practice the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation. He closed the door and windows, then took out the necessary talisman brushes, talisman papers, and talisman liquid. To practice the formation, one had to try to draw the spirit patterns on the formation over and over again, which required a strong soul force. The great heaven spirit earth terminus formation had a total of 216 spirit patterns. Lin Feng spent 3 hours reading the book on the great deployment spell of celestial, baleful, earthly evil deployment spell. Then he carefully comprehended the key points of every step recorded in the book. The method of drawing each spiritual mark was memorized in his mind. This was a huge project because each spirit pattern had a myriad of variations. The higher the level of the formation, the more complicated the structure of the spirit pattern. If a low-level yellow rank spirit array master forcibly drew the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation, even if it was just one spirit pattern, it would probably turn the other party into an idiot. Even if it was just one spirit pattern, a low-level yellow rank spirit array master soul force, the yellow rank spirit array master soul force would not be able to support such a huge consumption. Besides, Lin Feng had to memorize all 216 marks in his brain. One could imagine how difficult that was. If he had been able to create the Xian Wu deployment spell, he wouldn't have had to face so much pressure. The initial stages of becoming a spirit array master were very important. The more profound the foundational formation was, the more powerful one's soul force would be after the breakthrough. Soul power was too important to a spirit array master. It was related to what level a spirit array master could reach in the end. When Lin Feng memorized the 150 spirit patterns of the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation, he felt a piercing pain throughout his body. It was a piercing pain that originated from his soul, a pain brought about by his soul origin. The great heaven, spirit, earth, terminus formation contained too much information. Even with Lin Feng's current soul force, it was difficult for him to completely grasp it. As expected of a top-notch foundational formation, I can't hold on much longer with just 150 spiritual inscriptions. Lin Feng's face was very pale. In fact, Lin Feng's soul force was very strong. During the Spirit Array Master Talent Test, Lin Feng's soul force was the highest level, orange. Initial soul force was divided into white, silver white, cyan, dark gold, gold, dark purple, purple, purplish gold, and orange. Every time a Spirit Array Master's realm increased, their soul force would greatly increase. For example, a yellow rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master with a white talent, and a yellow rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master with a dark gold rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master might have a difference of several times. A difference of several times in soul force at the same level was too terrifying. This kind of difference was difficult to make up for. And Lin Feng talent was orange, the highest level among the 10. His soul force was definitely at the peak of his level. But even so, Lin Feng still couldn't memorize all the 216 spirit patterns recorded in the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. It seemed impossible for a Spirit Array Master at Lin Feng level to cultivate this kind of formation. It was simply a fool's dream to cultivate this Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation and break through. It was completely unrealistic. Archean dragonesque elephant. Suppress it. Lin Feng endured the piercing pain in his head and circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Boom! In Lin Feng's mind, the image of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. It stepped on the sky and had a galaxy above its head. It suppressed the world. When the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared, the piercing pain disappeared. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was indeed worthy of being the #1 Archean taboo divine art. There were many times when it could play a huge role and help Lin Feng turn danger into safety. Just like now, Lin Feng memorized 150 spirit patterns in his mind and began to comprehend the remaining spirit patterns. When he comprehended 180 spirit patterns, an even more piercing pain swept through his body. It was so painful that Lin Feng started to twitch. Lin Feng turned pale and continued to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art to suppress it. Finally, after an hour, the pain disappeared. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the spirit patterns of the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. When he comprehended the 210th spirit pattern, the pain came again. This time, the indescribable pain almost made Lin Feng collapse. But the Archean dragonesque elephant art protected Lin Feng's soul from the backlash. In the end, Lin Feng comprehended the 216th spirit pattern recorded in the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. Phew! It was only at this moment that Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His mental state also gradually calmed down. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Feng started to practice the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. The most difficult part of drawing a formation was the comprehension of the formation. As long as he could comprehend the wonders of the various spirit patterns of the formation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough by practicing continuously. For 5 days, Lin Feng drew thousands of talismans. Finally, on this day, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the room. On the talisman paper, densely packed spiritual inscriptions intertwined to form a complex array. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be ancient doors standing in the formation. Those were the Great Heaven Spirit Gate and the Great Earth Terminus Gate. I've finally broken through to the yellow stage, the peak of the elementary stage Spirit Array Master. Lin Feng smiled. TSK, Suddenly, the talismans that were used to draw the great heaven spirit, Earth, terminus formation, burned and turned into ashes. Chapter 170. After a few days of seclusion, he had broken through to the yellow initial and peak spirit array master, which made Lin Feng very happy. After coming out of seclusion, Zhang Pingfan saw Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, here are the invitations from the 5 major powers." Lin Feng took a look and saw that the 5 major powers had invited him to a gathering in the genius camp. Obviously, they wanted to rope him in. However, Lin Feng had no intention of joining any of them. Reject the invitations from the Blood Dragon Gang, Thunder Firmament Sect, Drizzle Building, and Wild Tiger Gang, Lin Feng said. Only Lung Qiushuang's Wind Snow School was left. This school only recruited female disciples and did not accept male disciples. In addition, Lung Qiushuang had helped him before, so Lin Feng did not want to reject her. If we reject their invitations, will we offend them? Zhang Pingfan asked worriedly. If we only go to one of them, we'll offend the other 3. If we go to all 4, won't we be criticized for having a good character? We might as well reject all of them. This way, the 4 major powers will feel better. As for the Wind Snow School, they don't recruit male disciples. Because of Su Zimo, I have some connections with Lung Qiushuang. Even if we go to the banquet, we don't have to worry about the other 4 powers' suspicion. Lin Feng said. Zhang Pingfan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll reject the other 4 now." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He walked out of his residence and headed towards the Wind Snow School. At the Wind Snow School, he saw Lung Qiushuang and Xueziao, who was with her before. "Ha ha ha ha, junior brother Lin. It's our great honor to have you here at the Wind Snow School," Xueziao said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Senior sister Xue, you're too kind. I'm here today to thank you for helping me out that day." Lung Qiushuang's personality was cold. She said, "Actually, you didn't need me to help you out. With your strength, why would you be afraid of Song Zhanyuan?" Lin Feng said, "Senior sister Lung's chivalry is admirable. Of course, I have to thank you. Don't flatter each other. Junior brother Lin, come and visit the Wind Snow School," Xueziao said with a smile. "Senior sister Xue, please lead the way." Lin Feng clasped his fists. Xueziao and Lung Qiushuang looked at the Wind Snow School. There were more than 300 people in total, many beautiful female students. Lin Feng's. Feng. Being on good terms with a monstrous student like Lin Feng was 100 benefits without any disadvantages. By the time they left the Wind Snow School, it was already evening. Lin Feng headed toward his residence. On the way, 2 students blocked his path. "Junior brother Lin, we're from the Blood Dragon Gang. I'm Fan Tao and this is Song Yang. Senior brother, Su Haotsong, sent us here to invite brother Lin." The skinny student with a slightly sinister gaze said. This person was Fan Tao. Lin Feng had an impression of Su Haotsong. When they had just arrived at the Genius Barracks, Su Haotsong had already appeared. "Please lead the way," Lin Feng said. "Follow us." Fan Tao and Song Yang turned around and led the way. Neither of them spoke to Lin Feng. They brought Lin Feng to a mountain range deep in the Genius Barracks. There was no palace here, and according to Lin Feng's knowledge, this place was called the Broken Mountain. It was said that, in the past, it was an important place for the Azure Dragon Institute and was covered with powerful restrictions. Later on, a great battle broke out and the restrictions were destroyed. If someone who didn't understand formations casually barged in, it was very likely that they would trigger some of the broken restrictions. In the best-case scenario, they would be injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they would be killed. "Is this a place to discuss matters?" Lin Feng frowned. Song Yang coldly said, "Just follow us. What's with all the nonsense?" Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, but he restrained himself. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Could it be that they wanted to commit murder here? The Genius Barracks forbade students from fighting. It didn't take long for the three of them to reach the foot of the broken mountain. Su Haotsong was already waiting for them. Senior brother, Lin Feng is here, Fan Tao said. Su Haotsong nodded. His narrow eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother Lin, I sent you an invitation on behalf of the Blood Dragon Gang, but you refused. What is the meaning of this? Not giving me face? Not giving the Blood Dragon Gang face? Lin Feng said, I have no intention of joining any force. Not only did I refuse the Blood Dragon Gang, but I also refused the other forces. I have no other intentions. Refusing my Blood Dragon Gang is not giving us any face. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to join my Blood Dragon Gang or not? Think carefully before you answer me. Su Haotsong looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. Lin Feng said, My attitude is still the same as before. I won't join any force. If it's just this matter, then I'll take my leave. Lin Feng turned around, wanting to leave. Fan Tao and Song Yang blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng said coldly, What is the meaning of this? Su Haotsong sneered. Lin Feng, you really don't want face. Fine. Since I've given you face and you don't want it, then let's make things clear. Gua Zifei, did you kill Nailan Quinn? Lin Feng sneered. You want to frame me? Do you have evidence? If you do, you can report me to the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups. If you don't, then shut your mouth. Impudent. Su Haotsong snorted. You think you can be so impudent in front of me just because you defeated Huang Fuyu? Even Huang Fuyu doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you know that you're talking to a great spirit array master? Correct your attitude. Lin Feng sneered. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Is it because you're a spirit array master? Su Haotsong looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, People like you will never know how terrifying a spirit array master is. Do you know where you are? This is the Shattered Mountain, and there are broken barriers everywhere. Even the Institute Master's treasure, the complete sky mirror, can't see what's going on here. I called you here, so I can deal with you however I want. I can even crush you like a bug and no one will know. Lin Feng said coldly, It seems like you had this idea from the beginning. If you knew what's good for you, then not only would we write off your past, my Blood Dragon Gang would also think highly of you. However, you don't want face. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel before me and swear allegiance to my Blood Dragon Gang, and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Shattered Mountain. A trace of killing intent appeared on Su Haotsong's face. He looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant attitude, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 171. Fan Tao and Song Yang were both sneering. Obviously, the two of them also thought that they could defeat Lin Feng today. They had absolute confidence in Su Haotsong because he was a spiritual array master. Su Haotsong's strength was ranked 126th on the Mountain River list. However, many of the top-ranked students were fearful of him because of his identity as a spiritual array master. Other than his own strength, he could also use spiritual array techniques against his enemies. Many people who seemed to be much stronger than Su Haotsong found it difficult to defeat him because he knew spiritual array techniques. This was the terrifying aspect of a spiritual array master. And here, there were broken restrictions everywhere. To others, the Broken Mountain was a place full of danger. But to a spiritual array master, it was a place he could use. In the Broken Mountain, a spiritual array master could display his strongest abilities. This was the main reason why Su Haotsong called Lin Feng here. Su Haotsong believed that in the Broken Mountain, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from his palms. Fan Tao coldly said, Brat, senior brother, Su Haotsong has already given you several chances. Don't be stubborn. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, this will be your burial ground. Lin Feng coldly said, As a student of the Azure Dragon Institute, you actually dared to be so cruel and merciless as to kill other students. If the Azure Dragon Institute finds out you will die a horrible death. Haha, who knows how many days it will be when your corpse is found? Who would know that we did it? So what if they suspect us? Would the Azure Dragon Institute make things difficult for us for a dead person? Song Yang disdainfully said. Good, good, good. Since it's like this, then I will kill the three of you today. Killing intent appeared on Lin Feng's face. The three of them wanted to kill him. Lin Feng was not a weak person. Others wanted his life. How could he not retaliate? Was he still a man? A man should live a vigorous life. Brat, it seems like you're looking for death. Su Haotsang's face suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. Shua. He repeatedly formed hand seals. This Su Haotsang was ready to use his spiritual array technique. Confinement technique. Su Haotsang coldly shouted, an array of light flew out. That light was intertwined with dozens of spiritual patterns. This was an extremely powerful confinement technique. Once one was enveloped by the light, they would be confined and unable to move. Haha! Senior brother Su Haotsang's spiritual array technique is getting more and more powerful. Fan Tao and Song Yang both had flattering looks on their faces. Senior spiritual array master, and at that time will be the first. Senior brother is truly a genius in the field of spirit array masters. He's only been cultivating for 10 years, and he's about to break through to yellow rank, initial rank, and advanced rank spirit array master. The cultivation of a spiritual array master was very difficult. It required a strong comprehension ability. In 10 years, going from a spiritual array apprentice to a true spiritual array master, then to a yellow rank, a beginner rank, and an advanced spiritual array master was indeed a genius. Not everyone was as monstrous as Lin Feng. In a little more than a year, he had walked the path that others would take 10 or 20 years to complete. While the three of them were talking, the confinement technique had already been applied to Lin Feng. Haha, this brat is confined. Fan Tao and Song Yang laughed unscrupulously. Su Haotsang said, what are you waiting for? Teach this brat a lesson. Don't kill him directly. Use a knife and cut off his flesh piece by piece. I want him to die by 1,000 cuts. This is the consequence of offending my blood dragon gang. Okay. Fan Tao responded and took out a dagger, stabbing it at Lin Feng. But nobody had thought that Lin Feng, who had been imprisoned, would suddenly move. Shua. Lin Feng dodged to the left, causing Fan Tao's attack to miss. Lin Feng punched at Fan Tao's chest. Bang! The powerful punch landed on Fan Tao's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fan Tao's chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He twitched a few times and died. How did you break my confinement technique? Su Haotsang shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng looked indifferent. After killing Fan Tao, he rushed toward Song Yang. Song Yang's face changed, and he shouted, Brother Su Haotsang, save me! Fireball technique. Su Haotsang shouted coldly. He cast another spiritual array technique and condensed fireballs. Dozens of fireballs containing a destructive power flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He activated his devouring martial spirit and formed a black hole. The fireballs were all swallowed. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Song Yang and threw a powerful punch at him. I'll kill you. At this moment of life and death, Song Yang's ferociousness was stimulated. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and Song Yang's energies collided violently. Song Yang and Lin Feng's arm was broken. Lin Feng then punched Song Yang's chest. Song Yang was like Fan Tao. He couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was blown away. His ribs were broken and he spat out blood. He fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng had also killed him. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked at Su Haotsang with a murderous expression. Boy, I want you dead. Su Haotsang shouted coldly. He attacked with spiritual inscriptions. Buzz! Su Haotsong used his spiritual inscriptions to activate the restrictive spells in the mountain. He wanted to use the restrictive spells to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the restrictive spells in the mountain can easily kill a general, let alone someone like you. Let's see how you'll die today. Su Haotsong laughed evilly. You're a spiritual spellcaster. You want to use the power of the mountain to kill me. But I forgot to tell you that I'm also a spiritual spellcaster. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Swoosh! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a few spiritual inscriptions flew out and collided with Su Haotsong's spiritual inscriptions. Su Haotsong's spiritual inscriptions were instantly destroyed. How is this possible? Su Haotsong couldn't believe his eyes. He was a low-level spiritual spellcaster, a medium-level spiritual spellcaster, but his spiritual inscriptions had been destroyed by Lin Feng's spiritual inscriptions. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Feng's spiritual spellcaster level was much higher than his. Go to hell! Lin Feng rushed toward Su Haotsong and punched him. Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything for you. Su Haotsong begged. How can I trust a fickle villain like you? Lin Feng looked indifferent. Let's see who's going to die. Su Haotsong roared and used a secret skill called Dragon Moves Between Heaven and Earth to attack Lin Feng. Spatial magnetic field confinement. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Su Haotsong was immediately confined in place by the spatial magnetic field. He couldn't move. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Su Haotsong and punched him with all his might. Bam! Bam! Su Haotsong's body was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His body exploded into 1,000,000 pieces in the air.